What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to EGFC SSBU Season 5. I am Sebdlins, joined by Cap, and this evening we are just hot dropping into a banger matchup between the University of Texas at Arlington and the University of Delaware. Cap, how are you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling pretty good. I gotta say, Sebdlins, this is my first time casting in quite a few months. I think the last time I casted was actually the EGF Season 4 finals. So, gonna be getting back into the swing of things with these couple of matches that I'm gonna be on, but I am in the same boat as you after taking a look at the score sheet. I've been trying to keep up past couple weeks, even though I haven't been on the blocks. You got to keep up with the scores, and oh my goodness, banger, I think is an understatement. We've got two undefeated teams so far this season. University of Delaware, defending champions, obviously. I mean, we all saw that. We all saw that last year. It's pretty convincing. Plus, also I've picked up MPG, which is something that we talked about before the show, and we will kind of see where that plays in going into this match. And then we also have UT Arlington as well. Technically 2-0 because they had a forfeit, but that still counts as 3-0. So, this is going to be the tiebreaker sequence. This is going to be a pretty big deal going into this fourth week.
Yeah, and to talk about MPG, I keep trying to convince him to change his name to MMG, the Mega Man GOAT, because I have had the opportunity to see him one time, and it was the scariest thing I have ever seen in my entire life. So I'm excited to see some MPG today. I'm looking forward to seeing Delaware as, like you mentioned, defending champs without MPG, let alone with this kid on the roster. It's going to be a whole new season for Delaware. And UTA, while there is a forfeit, there is still a technical undefeated nature. And I know that UTA, they don't come to UT play, they come to UT win. So they're going to like to do so tonight, Cap. And honestly, we know our first matchup. We know who's going to be brought to the table. And something, without maybe listing player names or what it may be, out of curiosity to get your take on it. Oh, just kidding. We might be jumping in unless it's a button check, but if we've got time to burn in a situation like this, when you're going against another undefeated team, do you find yourself more likely to throw your anchor in at the start or hold them till you really need them?
I think
this is a button check. Okay.
This is going to be very much like a mystery matchup, right? Like, I think you're best off maybe not even necessarily holding your anchor till the end, but maybe for like a middle slot, because sometimes you just don't want to let the train get rolling. So I think you throw in maybe like a middle of the road, not saying players in the middle of the road, you know what I mean? Kind of like if you're tiering your players, you put in kind of like your second, your third best, put them in first. Let kind of feel out the momentum of the match going in, and then if you need to put, a hard stop to any, mounting points that are starting to snowball, then you might want to take your anchor, put them in second or third, but I don't necessarily think, especially because, you might not necessarily know exactly who's going to be sent in, but it's all hitters, right? They're all hitters. You got to be prepared no matter what's going on, so I don't think you can have the luxury of just having that anchor go straight in right away.
No, I think you bring up a great point there. And now, as we've seen the button check come to fruition, they know who each other are playing, so I'm much more comfortable talking about it on stream. We will be seeing Peach Fuzz, the Rob player from UTA, versus Boost, the Pithra from Delaware. So this is going to be an intense matchup. But, these are two high-tier listed characters. These are two characters that everybody in this game respects as very difficult to play against.
Oh, absolutely. This is a meta matchup if I've ever seen one. But I think a really big key here is, can Aegis get off the ledge, or can Rob survive being hit? Because realistically, he's going to get hit a lot. And we're going to see some of these situations where also that, I don't even remember what it's called, the foresight, coming through on Mithra on these multi-hits is not going to be as useful, especially on that upper like we already saw.
Yeah, Rob has to hit you so fewer times to deal the same amount of damage, and I think Peach Fuzz is doing a great job finding that opening, getting a little bit of damage out the gate, and at least keeping things close. Boost continues to find the chip damage here and there, and they're going to be on Pyra, the heavy hitter of the two. Want to play towards center stage, so recovery is notably worse than Mithra, so a lot of variable at play, and now with only a 10% differential, the swap back onto Pyra is going to make this a little bit harder for Peach Fuzz to get away from it. Get away they shall not. Boost will find that first stock.
Very, very good kind of getting that jump onto the platform. A lot of people will try to catch your double jump off platform by jumping into it, but Boost just kind of using that to their advantage here. I think that's something I've also liked about Boost a lot, is they are not necessarily like hardwired into staying on one character, but can't stay on the stage in this circumstance. Only 41 on Peach Fuzz. On a character as heavy as Rob, that's not too much. But like I was saying, I do like that Boost tends to swap around these characters a lot. Doesn't just keep it to like high percent, low percent stuff. They'll do what works.
Yeah, they'll get the job done one way or another, and they're going to be able to find a little bit of value here. A great catch on the side special from Boost, and now another swap comes out center stage. The jab block fails, but it's going to be the gyro that finds a bit more value. Going toward the edge, off the ledge, and a possible downer. No, a spin cycle instead. Still going to find no value. Gentle stage spike doesn't find Peach Fuzz off stage, and Gyro should create enough space to just comfortably grab that ledge, 2-frame avoided.
Man, it is just so hard for Rob to exist on this stage. If we can get these good combo strings like Peachfuzz is going for, looking for the up air, the down smash shouldn't do it, but the Lava Blazer certainly will. Doesn't even matter that Peachfuzz is getting hit, left, right, and center. If they can get these combos online, again, Aegis is going to have a very hard time off stage against this Rob.
Yeah, a difficult time on stage is unfortunately something we're going to be seeing. If Boost can just avoid playing off stage, it can make it a lot easier. Peachfuzz, though, knows every stock is valuable, wants to carry the second one into the end of this first matchup between them. This is a best of 3 after all, and every stock matters. Mithra makes an appearance, going to be caught out once more. Peachfuzz, 125 full of rage, but definitely close to being taken away with just a couple of good hits like that one.
Yeah, down tilt up smash, they're really good, and then catching the landing with the up air. I do like how Boost is using these big sweeping aerials from Pyro to just make zones that, Rob can't enter. And as I've discussed before, it is very hard for Rob to exist on this stage without getting hit by a sword of some kind. So, I mean, really great stuff from Boost, kind of recognizing the weakness in this matchup that Rob has.
Yeah, Peachfuzz now trying to find that last stock offline. The gyro into the grab, back throw, neutral special comes out. Gonna go for a 2-frame, unable to catch off stage, and a back air will also fall lackluster. A lot of shielding from Peachfuzz as a couple of these moves do have a pretty aggressive end lag, and they don't want to be punished for it, especially if you miss one of these grabs. Oh, falls out of the cycle and still gonna be able to live. Boost thanking their lucky stars after that.
Yeah, I do like the idea from Peachfuzz. They're going for the back air. Oh, you can't dash attack that. You can never dash attack that. That is, it's almost like the Marth thing, right? Where you never want to see those close range dash attacks come out because you know something really bad is about to happen as Peachfuzz just unleashes that up smash. But I think Peachfuzz honestly played that very, very smart, trying to read out a lot of habits. We saw that, down throw into the up tilt, and then instead of going for the up air chain, notice, hey, Boost has been slipping out of these a lot. Let's try to read the air dodge and go for the back air instead. And obviously not quite going to land the mark there, but still fantastic ideas coming out. I'd love to see how they come into play in this next game.
Yeah, the adaptation from Peachfuzz I think was really strong because toward the beginning of the game, we were seeing a little bit more of a defensive play style, a little bit slower, and then it kind of broke its way toward a more synergistic flow of playing an offense and a defense in simultaneous. It was no longer waiting for Boost to make a mistake and to capitalize, but instead set themselves up for successful moments. Like I mentioned, the aggressive shielding from Peachfuzz is I think something that could be detrimental if played incorrectly, but he was doing it well enough that I was impressed, and I think it did create opportunities like they found at the end there where Boost dash attacks in, and all that's going to get you is a custom-built coffin and finding yourself 6 feet under the way that Boost did. So it was a close one, but Cap, I don't know a lot about Boost. I don't know if you do either. Do you think you continue to run the meta matchup here? Do you keep the Pythra available, or do you maybe try a secondary?
I think I've seen Boost largely on this Aegis. Right. I don't know. I don't think we're going to see a character swap. I wouldn't kind of, count it out of it, but I also believe that I was going to say, there is a Roy for Boost. I know is an option, but I don't know if this is necessarily the best idea. I do understand. I think it's worse too. I think on paper this could absolutely be worse, but I mean, it could also just be a feeling thing. Maybe we're more comfortable on the Roy. Maybe we're more practiced in this particular matchup on the Roy. I think there's a lot of factors that could be coming into play here, but I definitely agree with you. On paper, this is not a great idea in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if Boost can't get center stage control, this is going to be an absolute breeze for Peachfuzz. And it looks like they are going to get a pretty aggressive stage control, trying to get Peachfuzz off ledge, but a lot of the way Roy plays is keep the opponent off stage and, can kind of spike them into the blast zone, but Peachfuzz can live out there almost for infinity if they choose to, so it's not going to be able to find, it's not going to be as easy, to find those off-stage eliminations. 62 to 54%, the forward aerial comes out, the gyro found as well, and it's going to be this projectile spam. That's exactly what I was worried about, Cap, is Peachfuzz can do a lot of damage from all the way across the stage. Boost has to be within 2 feet of you to get any percent on you.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's also worth noting that I do believe Roy is slower than Mithra specifically.
Gotta be.
But it can't be by much, right? They're both incredibly fast.
I agree.
I think the way Peachfuzz is playing a lot of this micro spacing, I think it might matter. I mean, we'll see going into the next few stocks, but I mean, fantastic spacing, just calling out that jump forward air right there. It feels like Boost is just going to be always wanting to make space. And on, that Aegis, I think that was a little bit safer, but Roy is a lot more unsafe of a character for trying to make space for yourself, especially when you're hitting with these butter knife, sour spots on the sword.
Roy's notably more explosive across the board, and it's really difficult for Boost to kind of light that dynamite, to have that explosion the way Peach Fuzz is calling them out, as you mentioned a moment ago, just consistently finding the read, finding the aerial, finding the disruptor. That makes it really difficult for Boost to capitalize and even create the combos that Roy traditionally would. Hitting heavy isn't going to matter against a character like Rob. That was a pretty sweet shot, though, and Boost will be able to find that first stock. However, Peach Fuzz almost an entire stock in the lead at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, 97% this Roy is not particularly light, but not heavy either. I can't imagine. Oh, hold on. This cute little combo there. We're not going to get them much for their money, unfortunately. This gyro is going to make recovering absolute hell for Boost, as we see. Hey, maybe we'll find Villager down there.
Yeah, wow, that was a nice combo from Peach Fuzz. That was a fun one to watch. A really strong mix-up, and they get a little bit of value off of it. That stock offline, now 50% away from being an entire stock in the lead, to have the lap onto Boost. And I love that small hit into dash back into gyro, into traditionally the laser, but Peach Fuzz did change it up a little bit. The conditioning doesn't fall through as consistently as we've been expecting it so far. But Peach Fuzz, I mean, just feels large and in charge right now.
Yeah, I don't know what... I mean, Boost, it could absolutely take this back. I don't think it's going to happen. I think we're looking at a pretty set and sealed match one here. But, I mean, Boost making it difficult. Definitely dancing around this Rob. Still a full stock lead for Peach Fuzz, but, I mean, making these bad tech chase calls, these down smashes that are just not finding any purchase. That is how we found the first stock. I imagine that is how we'll find other stocks here too. Big back air coming out. This could be something.
I'm a wee bit surprised to see Boost able to pick up that secondary stock, but Peach Fuzz now has kind of made up their mind, stop playing with their food a little bit. Perhaps the combos have started to flow a little bit smoother. The back air will fall short to the shield. The grab misses, the up smash, not going to be able to find value as well. And Peach Fuzz really fishing for it. All of a sudden wants to take the stock offline, maybe getting a bit shaken up at the fact that all of a sudden they're down to that last stock.
Oh, that gyro might have actually just sealed the fate. Yeah, forcing the air dodge, but not going to be far enough. Peach Fuzz 2-0 to start us off here on this beautiful week 4. It is great weather here today, I gotta say, Substance. Where I'm at, it was fantastic weather, so...
Not for me, unfortunately. It's been raining all day, but I like the rain, so for me personally, I think it's a good day. Maybe that doesn't stand for everybody, but I know that, Cap, it's fascinating. We see a 2-0 victory for Peach Fuzz, but with the way things tend to work out here, they actually net the least amount of points available. They only net that 4 points on the board, so it's a good start, but you're going to need a lot more if you want to take down a team like Delaware.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good start, but not decisive by any means. It was such a nasty edge guard, I gotta say. But I mean, I'm watching Boost play, right, this entire game too. We're seeing a lot of these fade back forward airs on the shield. I'm like, wow, that'd be really, really better if we played like Pirate Myth. I don't know. Like, I don't want to pick. You can't pick for the players, and obviously there must have been some amount of comfort there that kind of proceeded. I just think towards the end, when you're on the last stock, you start getting a little desperate. You maybe get a little sloppy. You're just trying to find the stocks in whatever way you can. So I'm not going to really fault Boost for that in that situation. Yeah. But either way, fantastic play coming out from Peach Fuzz on that route.
I agree. Peach Fuzz, I think, a really strong job. I complimented the adaptation across the board from the very beginning, and right at the end there, I mean, the second they hit last stock, it was like a flip had been switched, and all of a sudden they were fishing for that final elimination, that final stock, as quickly as they were going to be able to find it. They do a little bit lower than they wanted, and I think that's why we saw them kind of turn it up a little bit. I think they were confident they were going to walk away with 2 stocks. Things fell apart a little bit. Roy did Roy things, and you're only going to net that 1 point instead. And in a matchup like this one, we talked about this in the green room, I really think this is going to be the type of every point matters matchup that we're going to be expecting. So hopefully those 4 are enough to put UTA on a strong enough start.
Yeah, I mean, again, very, very heavy hitters, both of these schools. We're going to have to see who is coming in next. Looks like we've got Kyle from UTA and then Swift from University of Delaware. So we're going to... I know both of us are going to be pulling up the score sheets real quick, double checking names, seeing who's where. My keyboard is very loud. Don't worry about it.
Got that typewriter.
Oh yeah, I think I have cherry reds in here. It is not subtle, and I like it that way.
I like to think at this point, anybody that watches EGF knows every time I just look to the left for no reason, or I guess the right on screen, that I'm looking at my spreadsheet of all the players and all the teams. But I remember Swift's name. Unfortunately, I don't have my notes from last time I saw them pulled up, but I do feel like when I saw Swift, it was Good. That sounds so dumb to say, but like I feel like I remember seeing Swift and I was like, oh, that was impressive gameplay. Like that was a strong performance. And I'm hoping that it's something interesting. That's a silly little thing that I care about.
It is. All right. So I do know who Swift is. University of Delaware's roster is burned into my brain. After watching that finals last year, it's burned in. I just got to remember the name. Swift is the Sheik coming out from U Delaware. Now, if I remember correctly, and again, this was a very, very long time ago, so a lot could have changed. I do remember Swift being very, very solid in that neutral, but a little weaker on the kill confirm side of things, kind of, you know, preferring to just out neutral and out advantage people until they either fell of their own accord or, you know, back air finally did something. But I mean, we'll have to see. Kind of, I haven't seen any gameplay from them so far in this season. So I mean, I'm going to be experiencing it for the first time here. And Kyle, I have on 2 different characters, actually, maybe 3. Ooh. I'm seeing Crom on the score sheet. I'm seeing Snake on the score sheet, which are 2 incredibly different characters. So this is going to be a very I think Swift is going to be going Sheik either way. I think they are, you know, ride or die on the Sheik. So I doubt that's going to really play into the matchup at all. But it's going to be. Ooh, all right, hold on. Button check had Sheik Snake, but our last button check had Roy when we went in with Aegis in game 1.
That's true.
So it is important to keep in mind these dual main players.
I won't get too excited.
To mess around a bit in the button check, so we don't know what's going to happen yet.
I'll reel it in a little bit, but I do love Snake. I always have. I think he's such a fun character to watch, one that I will never understand how to play, and I always love when people are able to do it well. But to kind of take away, you know, personal bias or whatever, looking at this cap, going into a Sheik, is Snake better than Crom? I mean, the answer to me feels like yes, but, you know, maybe there's something I'm not thinking about.
I think if you have watched Void play Sheik at all in the past, we'll call it 16 months, honestly.
Sure.
And you watched him just tear people apart off stage, you know, just throwing needles and bouncing fishes at such low percents, which I fully believe that Swift is, you know, good enough, capable enough to get away with.
Sure.
Crom sounds miserable. I think Snake is definitely the right call.
I think, okay, I'm glad that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, I just like Crom cannot survive the moment he's off stage against somebody like Sheik, and Snake has a much higher chance of survival, but these needles, a Swift favorite. I mean, we saw them so consistently. Last time I was able to watch the University of Delaware, and Kyle, with several projectiles of their own, should actually make it quite formidable in terms of knocking those projectiles out of the way.
Yeah, a really important thing to note about this matchup, too, a lot of the stuff Sheik does is technically true, because most characters, you know, can't air dodge for 2 frames, so those couple of frames that you have in between, you know, the windows where the air dodge is starting up are technically combo windows, but Snake's grenade comes out on frame 1, so a lot of these combos, you're seeing Swift already. We saw it already. I mean, now we're just kind of going to town, but we did see Swift kind of like get the forward airs and then abandon the combos because they already just had eaten so much percent right at the beginning of the stock here. It's important to note that if Swift, you know, goes for a forward air, goes for a follow-up, and a grenade gets pulled, that could turn the stock around entirely.
Just like that, we see a little bit of explosion coming out, and Swift just juggling Kyle, who finally gets to touch the ground for the first time in a long time. Mortar up, it catches the platform, the air dodge goes in, a shield to catch, and center stage control, a hot topic for the time being. Grenade does a bit of damage, but Swift will be taken out into the horizon. Kyle trying to play it low and slow, getting risky with it. Still standing strong, 135 full rage.
I can't tell if that was on purpose, the air dodge with the grenade, but it was cool.
It was cool.
But it was cool. Yeah, Kyle looking like they are losing their first stock, unfortunately. But so far, looking like, honestly, they have a pretty decent control of the pace of this game. Unfortunately, that does mean with Snake that you're usually taking a bunch of damage from your own grenades. So I think that might be why we're seeing this game look maybe a little closer than I believe it actually is. But I mean, we'll have to see how Swift adapts going through here. We're already seeing some of the needle camping coming out, like you mentioned. You know, Swift specialty, and I don't think it's a bad idea in this matchup. You know, it'll push. I don't think it'll pop grenades, but it'll push them away at the very least. You know, force in action from Kyle here. So it's a good idea, but we're definitely going to need to find something more consistent here to get on the Snake.
Swift being zoned out, Mortar up, a secondary one to boot. Catch into a jab block off stage. Swift goes really low with it, but it's going to be able to make it back up. Okay, up tilt, bye. Bye.
Wow. Yeah.
See
I mean,
ya.
what a call out, right? Just stand at roll distance and up tilt. Didn't even attempt to set up a ledge trap. Didn't even attempt to set up anything. Just stood there and pulled the trigger.
Bye-bye. Oh my goodness, Kyle doing a really good job. You know, I talked about last time I saw Swift, they were able to find success because they were able to zone out their opponent, but you're being out-zoned by an out-zoner, and Kyle will lose that second stock. I said this was going to be a very close banger of a matchup, and so far, both series we've had the opportunity to be a part of have proven to be, so we're now tied up in the percentages. Swift going as far as taking the lead, a full combo from the right side of stage to the left. The jab does not break the shield. The turnaround attack from Kyle finds no value either, and both of them fishing for this final stock to put a point on the board for their team.
You know, I mean, Kyle definitely, like I mentioned before, I think the percents weren't necessarily showing the lead that Kyle had, and I think we started to build that lead more and more, but oh my goodness, like I said, those neutral conversions on Swift, that was an insane turnaround using the grenade in the combo to just rack up 60% on the spot. That is not something that Sheik can always do, but if you are a smart Sheik player, you will find those openings.
Looking for a couple of openings out the gate, and it's going to be found. See ya, Snake Classic. Bye-bye. It's going to be Kyle walking away with another victory on the board. UTA definitely holding their own. I mean, doing more so than holding their own against Delaware, walking away with now technically 3 matchup wins in a row.
Yeah, I mean, this is... You can talk about a good start against, you know, the defending champions. Again, a fantastic usage. I think all 3 stocks were taken with up tilts in this game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, oh, that's what it was. It was the jab 1-2 and we fell, and then we just panic rolled back onto the stage. But, I mean, yeah, fantastic usage of the up tilt throughout the entirety of this game. I really like using it as this just massive hitbox that you have to avoid at all costs or you're just going to die on the spot.
You got to be scary with it. You got to keep things up and running. And right now, the University of Texas at Arlington are doing a phenomenal job putting themselves up 5-0. The most amount of points a single player can net is, of course, 8. So they are far within the realm of possibility. In Delaware, we have not seen their best of best of best of best of best yet. So there's a lot of versatility and a lot of possibility still standing on the table. Going into this next matchup, you know, you brought something up earlier, Cap. Swift is not one to be easily shaken. It's a close matchup. They love, eat, sleep, and breathe the Sheik. They're going to be running it into it again, so instead of discussing possible changes, what about play style changes? What is something we should expect to see from Swift going into this matchup that might help them get the upper leg, upper hand, upper foot? I don't know.
Upper something. Listen, Sheik uses all those limbs when they're fighting. I mean, you never know. You never know what's going up, what's going down. We'll have to find out. I think personally, I'd like to see some better kind of risk management. I think a lot of fighting against Snake is taking the lesser hitbox, and I think in almost all these situations where, you know, this ledge trap is being set up, we run into the up tilt instead of taking the side B rocket, right? Like you're going to survive that. You know, as opposed to the up tilt, it's going to kill you at, you know, 100 with a little bit of rage. I think I'd like to see Swift, if we're going to get hit, I think we need to... Ooh, the C4 stuck there. It is, yeah. We have to see Swift choose the lesser of 2 evils a lot more actively in this second game.
Sure, an active pursuit of the lesser of 2 evils, and Swift falling for the C4 already. A dynamite goes out, or a grenade, excuse me, into a combo there. 70% up and running. Swift taking a lot of early damage, gets caught out by that down aerial. Side special finds no value, but it creates a little bit of space. Scares to a ledge grab. Oh, needles come out. Kyle goes for a spot dodge, but Swift will still catch it and break that combo. Has Kyle off stage. Recovers up and out. Grenade goes down. No end lag on the move, and Kyle has center stage once more.
Yeah, I mean... Oh,
no way.
There it is again.
No way.
We're going on 4 stocks straight here with that up tilt. I've never seen a Snake. I mean, that's not true. I've definitely seen a Snake use a bunch of up tilt, but I don't feel like I've ever seen a Snake use up tilt so effectively. Swift, you know, just easy forward smash there, just close out the stock. I'm a little proud. I do feel like I called out Swift's playstyle very well. The neutral is so fantastic, but as far as securing these KOs, we're not doing anything super fancy. We're just, you know, playing the neutral out and getting those clean hits, you know, those smash call-outs, as we, you know, like to say in the biz. Nobody else says that but me, but that's okay.
It's all right. Swift now 90% up and running, and UTA's Kyle has a grab into a down throw, maybe taking them off the right side of stage. The up aerial finds a bit of purchase, and the high recovery, excuse me, does create that proper space to move forward once more. 90% to 70. Kyle doing a really good job keeping it close, but Swift just continuously staying on that line of possibility, keeping Kyle wondering if they're actually going to be able to maintain this lead for as long as they'd like to.
Yeah, ooh, big down there coming out. All right, this is kind of what I was talking about when we're talking lesser two evils. We're going to see, ooh, actually avoiding all of it. That's a really risky gambit by Swift, but I mean, if you could do it, that's the best choice. And again, another call out with this smash attack. Fantastic stuff. And another call out with this smash attack. And notably, Septilance, the first snake stock we've seen taken without using up tilt.
Yeah, the first non-up tilt snake stock. Very exciting thing to be a part of. A historical moment, if we've ever seen one. And as Swift is going to be entering the 60% threshold on their final stock, Kyle finds themselves 30% of their very own. It's going to be a one combo away for either of them. The jab lock off the left side of the stage. The Needles are not going to be able to find purchase. They're going to be able to recover. Gets a couple of hits. Mortar up. I assume a forward smash. And still nothing to be found afterwards. 80% standing and a down air catches. This could be an opening for Kyle. So many have opened, but these doors continue to close. And this is anybody's game right now, Cap.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 60% is nothing for Sheik, right? Most of your combos are still going to work. Your moves are still going to loosely, albeit, but still link into each other, especially if we're eating our own grenades. We're not gonna, make much progress. Still getting enough, in that we're keeping the lead, we're maintaining, but we're not gaining a further lead, which I guess when you're at kill percent doesn't matter as much, but you definitely don't want to be giving up that percent, because the further, the longer you let this go on, yeah, the more likely you're going to be to hit, just a random snake explosion, but also you're giving Swift time to kind of feel out these patterns, and that could absolutely take us to the game there.
Swift is keeping it close, but no cigar. 112 for Sheik is not exactly an area of comfortability. 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. This has been a 4-minute matchup, as both these players do not want to make the mistake that could possibly cost them this set. And I think Kyle does not want to go into a game 3 with how close Swift has continued to take these. I'd love to see another miscellaneous up tilt really go to shake things up, but I think Kyle doesn't want to take that risk, because if they miss, it'll be a lot easier. This grab, possibly into a down throw, into an up aerial follow. Nothing yet. A lot of explosive psalm from the sky. Oh, there's a grab. There's a sleep and up tilt, but no, a little bit of nerves from Kyle. Oh! It's a trade, and Kyle emerges victorious. The least amount of points available gained, but a win is a win regardless. And UTA now find themselves up 8-0.
I mean, sometimes he just does it twice, and what are you gonna do? I don't know. He up tilted my shield. He ran back. He turned around. He did it again. I don't know what to do. I mean, fantastic stuff coming out from Kyle. I do think it was a little weird, right? How close. I feel like despite just kind of the absolute domination that Kyle had over the pacing of Swift, I feel like they kept it very, very close despite all that, just getting enough chip damage in, and quite frankly, Kyle doing enough damage to themselves. But still, I mean, really good stuff coming out from Swift, but unfortunately, not going to be enough today.
Yeah, and now we already got confirmation that Team Captain Davey will be going in next for the side of UTA. And Gap, we actually get to revisit a discussion we were having hypothetically earlier. Now you're down by 8 points. Do you send in the anchor? Do you send in your strongest character? Because this third matchup is pivotal. Very rarely do we see a team lose 3 matchups and still win the series. Is it mathematically possible? Yes, but it is unbelievably uncommon.
Yeah, I mean, I again have not really been keeping up as well as I would have liked to, but if Davey is that anchor, I think this is a fantastic place to put your anchor. You're right. I'm sorry, not Davey. On UD.
I'm thinking MPG.
Yeah, we actually do have confirmation. We are not putting MPG in. We have Emba coming in, who I'm definitely not looking up on the score sheet who they play.
Never.
Why would you even suggest such a thing?
We would never do that. We know every
Twitch
player.
Chat, you're crazy.
Ever. Twitch Chat, you're crazy.
You're crazy.
Twitch Chat. We're not crazy. You're crazy.
I don't know if I like gaslighting. Feels a little weird.
Listen, just sometimes you have to. Okay, we have to assume
it is just girl boss things.
No, I think this is going to be fascinating though, because I don't think I've seen Emba yet. I don't think that's a player that I'm familiar with on the side of the University of Delaware.
Either.
So instead of okay.
Wait,
so the button
who's on?
Davey's a Terry player, I believe. That sounds familiar in my brain, which indicates that Emba is going to be playing Fox possibly. Now that is just the button check information. You don't have to lock in the button check if you want to play or whatever. But I do think that is very fascinating, because that is a weird matchup that I think Fox could really kind of sink or swim in, depending on how adjusted and comfortable you are in that Fox position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
that's any Fox matchup, though, to be honest.
You got to keep in mind, That is actually a reflex matchup. Emba on the score sheet, we have Pit and PT. Now, I didn't watch, so PT could just be a typo of Pit. I don't know for sure. It's close enough that I don't want to like definitively make that call. Except we just missed the eye. You know, it happens. You know, we're not perfect. We make typos every once in a while. But I mean, if that's the case, we're looking at our third character in 4 weeks, and I believe one of those weeks was a bye for you, Delaware. Okay, so we are hearing.
We're getting insider secrets from our production team.
From production. Shout out House of 3K.
Shout out House of 3K.
Emba is definitely a Pokemon trainer player, but it sounds like we are sticking the Fox for this. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. I just love PT. I'm just a sucker for PT. I love watching Pokemon Trainer, and I actually haven't seen Fox in a very long time, so Emma bringing this to the table will be really fascinating. I mean, I'm looking for Davey here to take center stage control and go for a lot of early combos. Fox is not notorious for his weight, so he should be able to take out pretty early with a lot of the moves that Davey traditionally brings to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I haven't seen a lot of Terry since Riddle's basically
it's been a while.
Character.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's been a while.
Character's still insane, right? Has a lot of really safe shield pressure.
Like he's been
has a lot of great conversions. Has amazing kill power. A little bit slow, which is definitely going to come up in this matchup. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, Fox just gets hit a little bit, and that could be the stock. Already at 109 here. Feels like barely anything's happened. We're not even a minute into the game.
Yeah, not even a minute into the game with 109 on the board. This is exactly what I was afraid of for Emba. Taking that early damage, not being able to kind of dig yourself out of that hole, but it looks like they actually brought 2 shovels because all of a sudden, here they are in the lead. The Go Meter online. It's going to be a spike off of center stage. We hear the side special back in. Oh, Davey had a freebie on the board and chose not to take it. Held that shield and may lose their stock first for that patience.
Yeah, I mean that was a 4 throw if I've ever seen one. But hey,
that'll do it.
That does the trick. A big old shoulder. It is a killing. It sends at such an interesting angle for what I would imagine. I just have Ganondorf's dash attack burned into my brain. I'm like, why did he go up? That's weird.
You got that Ganon attack locked in.
Yeah, I do.
Oh! The Go Meter from Davey is going to be a little bit disrupted here with 154 on the board, trying to utilize this for as long as they can, because that's kind of like a little bit of a struggled tech from Terry, right? As you get over 100%, you get that Go Meter online. If you lose your stock and you don't do much with it, you actually lose a lot of value on the board. So right now it is going to be Davey being tied up on that second stock, needing to retread the ground they just crossed. 25% to 21. Oh, Emba starting to rack up these tiny shots, but these little hits go a really long way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of people, especially at a higher level of play, will call Fox a choose-to-lose character.
Yeah.
In the same sense as Sheik, it's like if you're losing the neutral, it's your fault, is what a lot of people would say. But, I mean, it can be really hard when you lose neutral and take 40% from a character like Terry, who's just going to jab, power dunk, and then, you know, get a tech chase, right? It's really scary, especially when that Go Meter is online. I mean, that can... and that's going to be a kill. And we still got Go Meter online. The way Fox kind of chips you up. Oh my goodness, there you go, 50%. You got forward tilted. Sorry, you lost 50%.
Wow.
Like, that's not even a committal option for Terry. It's just insane.
There's no expected commitment on that move there, and if you hit it, you does 46% damage. Davey, I mean, that's already made this Go Meter worthwhile if they lose that second stock, but of course they're going to try to rack up as much additional percentage as possible. They go out for the value. Rally is going to be missed, and a lot of patience. I'm seeing these shields pop up over and over as both these players are just 1 or 2 hits away from being comboed up for a notable percentage on the board, 72%. If Davey can find this with 2 stocks on the board, he'd actually be the first player tonight to do so.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing... Oh, that could have turned into something, but I don't think necessarily planning to land that nair. Just more of a spacing, you know, hitbox getting thrown out. Good air out to the ledge there, trying to avoid the tech chase up smash, because you know I was just itching to pull that trigger on the up smash, but actually very smart from Davey. I feel like they've been landing pretty much almost entirely on Emba's backside, so that up smash is a lot harder, especially online, to get that turnaround, and you know, you're not going to get it out as quickly. But I mean, this is just the worst possible scenario for Emba, right? This stock has just dragged on way too long. You have to now avoid these massive hitboxes that if you graze them, they'll kill you. this is not a great situation.
Not great at all. 160 full rage, go meter locked, Emba at 100%. That's it, right? We're done. Yeah, that's signed, sealed, delivered. Emba is out of there. Davey, the first player today to win with more than one stock on the board, which is going to take the lead even further here, Cap. We're now looking at what would be 10-0 on the board in favor of UTA.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty big. I mean, you also, I feel like, we know Emba plays with the characters. I think a lot of times it's hard, right? Because it's really easy to be like, oh, the matchup is bad, just swap. But I mean, I feel like Fox is in such an interesting position where that Fox kind of gets, you know, a lot of these stocks just chipping away at the neutral over and over again, getting the up tilts, getting the dash attacks, tech chasing, and yeah, it's pretty. Honestly, it's pretty foolproof, right? It's kind of hard to mess up. I think we saw a lot of that where we're just getting strings of 30-40% where we're just, you know, not even comboing, just tech chasing and just chipping away at the percent. But when you're playing a character that is chipping, you always have that chance, and we saw it happen at least twice that game. I don't think the first stock was too bad, but the last two stocks we hit just over 100%, which is exactly where you don't want to be when you're fighting against Harry. So a character like Fox, who is just going to be chipping away and will kind of just inevitably put Terry at that percent where he is getting the most value of his kit, we either have to see a pretty big, you know, playstyle swap or just a character swap entirely, I think.
A character swap would be, I'm going to say encouraged, Cap. I think I'm with you. I just feel like we're getting a little bit lost in the sauce, so to speak, and Fox is really difficult because it really is the tale as old as time, right? Okay, you're gonna chip and do a combo that does 40%. Bad news, he has to hit you twice, and he's doing 40%. So it's just kind of this constant game of not being able to rack up that damage consistently enough to find those stocks and to find those eliminations will end up costing you down the line. And I would like to see Emba, I think maybe go to the PT. I think that would be really fascinating, but I don't know if they're gonna try to stick to the Fox because that's what they're warmed up on today.
I mean, we'll have to see. We're going to find out. We are going to stick the Fox here. Clearly, we think that, you know, we were the problem, not the character, which I think is fine. I think in most circumstances, that is the case, honestly. I think a lot of people assume the character is the problem when you're just getting caught out. It's kind of hard to accept that. So definitely kudos to Emba here for sticking it out. But, I mean, it is important to keep in mind, when you play multiple characters, you do it for a reason. You know, whether it's the mix-up factor, whether it's for matchups. I mean, I think it might have been worth exploring, but also this is a very limited, you know, environment. You're only going to get these 2, maybe 3 games to really try it out. So if you really do think the Fox is going to do it, I don't hate the idea.
Already, Emba's performing notably stronger. Maybe off stage there, just consistently not letting them return, not letting them utilize the go meter, and finding that first stock for a mere 66%. Now, that's not ideal, of course, but it's notably lower than the damage Emba continued to take before finding combos. And we're jumping into a second one already. This combo breaks out 40%. Davey might be able to take the stock here, but will not be able to. 103 stage return comes out. The down area will find space, and I've got to say, Emba, I mean, I think you're right, Cap. Maybe it was Emba, because they're looking a lot cleaner in this secondary approach.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, obviously people aren't, you know, coming to stream for my coaching advice, but I think we are seeing exactly what I kind of wanted out of Emba, where once you get to that 70-80%, we kind of swap from playing this neutral until up air kills to like, oh, we're fishing for back airs. We're trying to find these stocks before this go meter becomes so much of a problem. I think if I'm right, we're going to start seeing a lot of these nairs and then back air fishing already turning around the ledge here, looking for it. We look for it there, almost got it. Big up smash, not quite going to do it. Now, we do have go meter on deck. That is something to keep in mind as we, you know, approach this right side of the stage.
Go meter up and running, and it looks like it is going to be putting Emba down off of this right side of the stage, able to return, but jumps right into the spin cycle, and Davey will take it offline. Taking that first stock against them was very powerful, but Emba has not been able to create that same energy. There's another commitment, 47% online. I think Davey is definitely looking likely to walk away with some success here.
It was just standing there for it, though. Sorry, you got hit by it. You take 40. I'm going for it again. Weak spot. Sour spot on the up smash. Not going to really be doing much. We're going to get another 2 stock here. Honestly, already at kill percent with some of these go moves. Emma needs to find this stock very, very soon before one of these string hits land.
One out. That's it. Signed, sealed, delivered. That matchup is Davies, which now puts us at, I believe, 14-0 in favor of UTA. So, Cap, I'm not going to go into the, oh, they can only survive this many stocks, whatever. I will just say there are 2 players remaining. The maximum nettable amount of points is 16. So it's unlikely that we will be seeing that kind of overperformance here once more. I think this may be a pretty convincing win for Delaware. I mean, we're looking at the necessity of a miracle, or Arlington, excuse me. We're looking at a necessity of a miracle for Delaware if they want to try and turn this one around. They've got 2 stocks on the line, basically.
I think usually I'm with you. I like to, you know, we're casters, right? We make it interesting, we make it close, we make it fun. But I think at a certain point, you're watching us sit on here going like, well, if they double 3 stock and don't take 40%, you're sitting at home, you're like, okay, you know, this isn't gonna happen.
But I pull out the whiteboard.
I think that usually applies. But we are talking about a team that does have the best player in Philadelphia.
But
which is one of the hardest.
He can only get 8. You know what I mean? It's like,
I'm saying if he gets 8 and we get someone else to get 7, that does it.
It's not impossible. It's not. It's actually this.
I think it's super doable.
This may be the most within the realm of possibility that I've seen before. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
This may be the most likely for it to happen. But I do think it would be a banger. I think it would be completely unexpected, but I don't think it's impossible, Cap. I am with you that if anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be Delaware.
Yeah, we're talking. I mean, again, you're right. We're talking about from like a 10% chance to a 20% chance. Right, it's double, but ultimately, you're still not looking too hot. But we do see MPG coming in next. Like I said, I would have liked to see MPG come in a slot earlier, but you know, better late than never, I suppose. We're gonna have to see if we can get a double 3 stock here. I'm looking, you know, back at some of these other games. Looks like MPG historically has gotten some pretty convincing wins, but I mean, you saw what just happened to your teammates. Like, I'm not convinced that it's feasible. I think if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be you, Delaware, with this, you know, amazing roster that they put together. But I'm not counting on it, and I'm not expecting it, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Yeah, I agree. If it's possible, it's going to be off the shoulders of #1 Philly player MPG, but MPG last time I saw them, I think they went 2 stock, 3 stock. So I think MPG last time I did see them picked up 7 points on the board. And again, I cannot stress enough that it's not impossible. And I believe I just heard Rob Mega Man as the matchup here. So that could be, I don't know, that could be tough if Rob gets Mega Man off stage here, Cap. That could be a death sentence.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll keep it a buck with you. I'm not even gonna pretend that I know what Mega Man does. I know the general concept. I know what the buttons
about the vertical recovery, you know, and the Rob down air. Like, yeah, you're cooked.
Yeah, it's just I don't know what options we're looking at off stage. I mean, I know we can side B into the ledge, and that creates a bit of pressure on Rob to not sit directly on top of it as we're recovering. But I mean, when you're looking at a character who is arguably zoning better than you, I don't think Rob necessarily wins that zoning war, but I think it's close, and I think Rob definitely gives Mega Man, you know, a run for their money. And when you're looking at, like you said, those offstage situations where your best option is a lot of the times to drop low and then just go high, Rob's all over that 100% of the time.
It's going to be PS2 Rob versus Mega Man, and I think this is going to be a war of attrition here. A lot of zoning with that saw blade, with that gyro, with that leaf shield, with that lemon. Like, there's so many throwable abilities here that can make this difficult, but that also may be one of their ways to success, is circumventing those projectiles, circumventing that war of attrition, getting up close and personal. And MPG already dropping perfect shields on now 3 gyros in a row.
Yeah, now we are going. Oh my goodness,
that was neat.
Fantastic little up air string coming out. Gotta keep in mind here, though, if MPG, I think, drops more than 2 stocks, or just 2 stocks, dropping 2 stocks will guarantee at least a tie. Dropping more than that will guarantee the loss here. So just a little math to keep in your mind, but only 52% on this first stock. We're actually looking pretty good going into this first game.
This is definitely a strong start, but we got to remember that's exactly what we saw from Emba versus Davey on that second matchup, and then Davey, the Terry player, ended up walking away with a 2-stock victory. So MPG has the gas up and running, but has to be able to keep it moving, has to be able to keep that energy forward facing. And right now, it is doing a pretty decent job, looking at 94% on the board of this first stock and only 31% gained. Oh, jumps into the gyro. A wee bit unlucky, but not the end of the world quite yet. Leaves shield out. Additional damage added to this Rob, and now all of a sudden MPG has to play very, very cautiously.
I will say, if you had asked me to describe a Mega Man versus Rob showdown, I think I would have agreed with you and assumed, a war of attrition was coming, but I feel like we haven't really necessarily seen that. It feels like a lot more, close quarters combat coming out, which I guess does make sense when you're, fighting two zoners. You kind of want to just try to do what you can up close. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
I think it's a really fascinating play that they're both going to be going for that up close and personal, for that hyper-aggressive play style, and it does seem to be lending itself well to them across the board. 100 to 147. MPG most likely losing this first stock relatively soon here. Several moves from Rob can send you into the blast zone very quickly. Gyro goes out, going to be met with a saw blade into leaf shield. Gyro creates that space, goes for another shield once more. Damage goes out. A second stock taken before losing a first would be fundamental for MPG in this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think at this point MPG is going to hold on to this 3-stock dream, but the 2-stock is very much well and alive. The back air drag down, but nothing going to come of it. I know you can get the up tilt off of that, but either not expecting it or knowing that is actually not going to combo in that situation. I'm not going to pretend that I know more than MPG about Mega Man, but fantastic conversion into the back air there. Still on 3 stocks at 170. It's doable, but I highly doubt. Ooh, and the stage spike there might actually guarantee. No, actually still going to be able to recover. Fantastic frontal recovery, but at some point something's going to hit, and that Nair is going to do the trick. MPG down to 2 stocks, and only lose one more. For the total of Delaware, not just MPG, but our next person coming in as well.
Yeah, so we're already down to that 1 stock left standing, and it's going to be a difficult circumstance to be in, but if anybody can clutch it out, it should be MPG. I think Delaware looking to even just get points on the board right now, looking to avoid that shutout, as that is quite the rarity even in the EGFC. 70% onto MPG's second stock. Atomic has really begun to slow things down, and the second Rob player of the day, let alone of the same team, is playing a notably different play style. We're seeing a lot of patience, a lot of slow burn, and a lot of chip damage onto MPG.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, maybe realizing that we're not going to win this up-close war, as MPG was kind of just all over, Mega Man with a lot of these projectiles. They're not the best at, the really long range. The mid-range is kind of where you're used to seeing. Oh, never mind. All right. Forgot everything that I was...
Nice!
It doesn't matter.
We did it. We did it, chat. We did it.
We did it. We won the game. We won Super Smash Brothers.
We did it. We beat Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. We did it. But honestly, a bit of an awkward turnaround there at the end. Atomic will lose that 3rd stock, and it looks like we're seeing a possible run back. I'm not sure. Davey said, run back, please, and then Swift sent bans. So I don't think we're doing a run back, but you never know. I'm already hearing some lock-ins on the characters. It looks like they are going to be making up their minds a lot faster than I can even explain the scenario to you guys. We are getting a run back. Rob v. Mega Man, and is it PS2? It is the salty run back. Here we go. MPG cannot lose a single stock here, Cap.
Pokemon Stadium 2 makes for some of the best games. It is the neutral stage we all know and love. I actually do enjoy Pokemon Stadium 2 because I like the distance that the platforms are at. I do think it makes games a lot more interesting because there are a lot of characters that just can't interact with that top platform without committing to something. We can talk about this for, the 5 years that... Never mind. I feel like I was rambling and MPG died, and I don't honestly know how that happened, but that's the 2nd stop. We can't lose another stock for the rest of the match, or UT Arlington's gonna take the match. At best, we're looking to tie right now.
We're done, I think.
I think if we 2-stock this and then get a double 3-stock next time, and also I don't know what else. Something else is gonna happen.
Delaware can only hit 12. I think we're done. I'm trying to do mental math, which I'm notorious for. No, it's 14. I understand where I went wrong. Still possible to tie if MPG walks out, and then we see a mythical 8.6 stock victory for the 5th and final player of the University of Delaware. But bright side, it's not a shutout, and that's pretty exciting because it was very close to being one. Atomic is going to do 172 full rage Rob going up against MPG. Saw Blade gets caught in the platform. Laser finds no purchase. The aerial falls short as well, and space continues to be made. MPG's got to put this stock down fast.
Yeah, you said it. I mean, 186. I understand this character is big, but we've got to find something soon here. Otherwise, this stock is in jeopardy. 66 is not particularly high, but against a full rage Rob, there's a lot of things that he can do to just suddenly evaporate that stock, especially at 80%. We just keep on climbing here. Finally able to convert into the back air there, but took 80% for their trouble. MPG not in a great spot right now.
MPG 90%, struggling against Atomic, and the shield goes out. Both of them going to be playing slow. Atomic really utilizing that laser and that aerial over and over that forward aerial space because it continues to box MPG out of the equation. Leaf shield takes Atomic off stage. The down air finds no purchase. And at 101%, I mean, MPG just has to bite the bullet here. Play hyper aggressive to try to get these stocks down before that damage continues to ramp up. A great zoning here onto the left side of the stage. The platform is going to be boxed out. Ledge grab not working well for Atomic, but they finally make it back up. Spin cycle onto MPG, and the recovery dodges the laser once more.
I mean, forget eating enough stocks to, mathematically eliminate East Delaware. Atomic could very well take this game and push us into a game 3, which would basically guarantee, well, not even basically, just straight up guarantee the win for UT Arlington and really put MPG in a tough spot. I mean, it's interesting, right? Because a lot of times in these collegiate leagues, you're not fighting notable players, right? Yes, they're very good for their region and everything, but MPG is a top 100, like, in the world player, number one in Philly. And Atomic is honestly giving them a really, really good run for their money, especially with these Game 2 adjustments coming out. It's very impressive, to say the least.
I have to agree. We're seeing a lot of super impressive gameplay here from Atomic, and as MPG's at 180, that's got to be the stock. See ya. That is going to be the official closer on the dream of the University of Delaware's flawless run, their perfect run. This is actually going to be their first loss of the season so far, Cap.
Yeah, again, like we mentioned at the start of the round, both of these. Maybe realizing that we're kind of on. But I mean, I don't think that we're gonna see much else coming out from this game. I imagine we're just going to be putting in, people that need the practice or want the practice for this last round, because these mathematics are not really working out for U Delaware here.
Yeah, they are not running mathematically. There's one way it could happen, but MPG hasn't done it already, which means he's not going to. So I think MPG is going to go ahead and try to run this one out through and through. 64-36, even a victory on the board would be great to make it not look so one-sided, because right now 14-2 is actually notably less one-sided than these shutouts tend to be. We're talking 20s. I've seen teams go into 30s, but every matchup has seemed to be so close that we're only touching 14 for the side of UTA right now, and MPG would certainly like to keep it that way.
Yeah, this feels like it was the definition of 0-3 but close. I mean, these were all amazing games. We only saw a couple two-stock come out, all incredibly close. A lot of talent on the screen tonight, but the numbers just unfortunately won't reflect that for the University of Delaware here. I mean, still putting out a fantastic showing. MPG putting their all into this game here. I do like it. Oh, I remember what I was saying earlier. I was going to say is that Atomic is good. I can't stop saying this. I mean, I have not seen a lot of people, outside of top level competition match MPG, especially in the neutral game. I mean, I think this is just, it's just so impressive. And as much of an MPG fanboy as I kind of am, honestly, I just gotta sing the praises of Atomic here for doing a fantastic job. Even as we see kind of MPG close the gap here, we've been brought to a last stock situation for both parties, but still Atomic is looking fantastic throughout this entire game.
Yeah, Atomic is looking really good, keeping MPG on the edge of their seat. 110-125, MPG looking to close out game number 4, but Atomic knows he's one decent hit away from forcing this into a third matchup between the two of them, and who doesn't want to play against one of the greats like MPG, especially when you're doing this well? I mean, I've got to say, this is a very strong performance from Atomic, like you mentioned a moment ago, Cap. Oh! Could it be the beginning or could it be the end? Looking for a down air. Falls a little bit early with him. It still catches the two friend. 50 seconds left, by the way. We have run out the timer almost in its entirety.
I wonder, I doubt we're going to go for a timeout here now. If I remember, Weak Nair killed around this percent last time. We're going to get away with one, but I don't think we're going to get away with another here. Just as I said, basically anything. Looking for the back air there. I'm surprised they're not just spamming the Nair, but I guess at this point, it is a little bit weak. You know, you can't be hitting the same hits over and over again, or your kill power is going to go down. Getting the forward air to reset some of the scaling from that neutral air, but I think it doesn't even matter if it's sail at this point at 190. I mean, it's going to kill.
We are looking for the
never mind.
I was going to say, but I don't know if we're going to get it, unfortunately. 197. Now, that is certainly the highest percent we've seen today. No way. No. And you're not even running it out for the win. Oh, did he get it? Oh. If I'm not mistaken, it's the percentage that gets the point, and I'll be honest, a little cringe. You've already won, and now we're going all the way to game 3.
Awesome. I love it.
But it is what it is.
Was that did that only, I think, I want to double check here. That might have only, I think that would have killed.
I think it would have too.
I think we star KO'd. I'm watching the bubble. I think we star KO'd.
Wait.
You see it drifting back closer,
well, I don't know
but
what
the
that
camera's
means.
Gone.
Okay, is that...
Okay, so you know how sometimes when
No, I know what a star KO is,
yeah.
is that a win for MPG?
No, because the timer hit, and because I think it was a star KO, we didn't get the animation. Didn't go down. The animation has to finish before the stock leaves the screen. So that counts for the Atomic. That was an incredible stroke of luck. I don't know what the percentage is for star KOs, but that's an insanely lucky occurrence. Because you look, the camera's gonna disappear.
I mean, yeah, Rob vanishes.
Gonna start drifting back towards the center a little bit,
dude.
As basically the animation starts up for the star KO of Rob getting launched into the the top left corner of the screen. That's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, Rob wouldn't have disappeared if he was alive. He wouldn't have disappeared if the stock was. Wow. That's a first for me. That's a first for me. Reminds me of that crazy old Meta Knight Diddy Kong clip. I think from Brawl, where he wins in the final 2 frames of the game. That's a whole different thing. I'm just being pedantic, but I'm amazed that just happened.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm ever gonna see anything that interesting again. My internet is taking a dump, so I can barely tell what's going on. I can barely even read the percents if I'm being honest with you.
MPG is doing A-okay right now. MPG is doing all right, 51% to 11, and has a lot of combos out early, but this has been the MPG pattern. This has been, they find that early advantage, they find that value out at the beginning of the matchup, and then they fall a little bit short. They struggle a little bit down the line, and all of a sudden things aren't working out quite as well as they wanted them to.
This is the best Smash Bros. Slideshow I've ever seen, I gotta say.
Real.
Not I'm gonna have to close and reopen this.
It's fine. Atomic versus MPG, 92%. MPG is looking at a 75% on the board. And I think, we're just playing for bragging rights at this point. We are just playing for a little bit of space and a little bit of timing to make it work a wee bit better for the squad and whatnot. And I think MPG is just trying to close this gap as much as they can. We're out of the realm of possibility. We're not going to be able to find a victory. And you got to give them credit for trying, though, because... Wait. No, okay, they could tie still, but I'm not getting pedantic yet. 89%.
We're back.
Atomic takes him offline. Welcome back, Cap.
This is watchable now, I suppose.
Nice. W.
Oh, look, there's Atomic's losing his stock. I did see the up air off the top. I feel like it's rare to actually see that kill. I see it.
Yeah.
More see it for conversions, but I mean, it is important to remember that can just kill you off the top sometimes.
Ooh, Atomic goes for the spin early, tries to catch MPG out, and MPG has to play patient. Full rage, but 147 on the board. The up aerial catches. Forward air from Atomic will not be able to. And oh, the down air! Now, Rob, you're never going to take him out with a down air at 18%, I'll tell you that much.
not a lot of characters that are going to be able to manage a spike that hard at that low of a percent. But I mean, MPG turning on the Jets for this game 3, you know, if it weren't exactly the EGF format, I would have been like, oh wow, MPG just wins now. But I mean, it just, you know, due to the nature of the point system. But, you know, I get you still want the practice, and obviously, you know, you want to play for the pride as well. And I think MPG kind of proving maybe that game 2 was, I don't want to call it a fluke, because Atomic was schmoovin', don't get me wrong. But I mean, MPG has definitely turned on the Jets here in this game 3, does not want to take a second loss.
Ooh, down air? Oh, gotta be missed out a little bit. Atomic goes for a stage spike of their own. A lot of abilities coming out from MPG, but 190, I mean, I'm not sure how much longer we're gonna be able to live through that, let alone into that third and final stock. Even a weak hit at this point might be able to take MPG offline. So now, wow, 200% plus.
Ooh, getting caught out
now
trying
it's
to
over,
side B at the ledge there. Whoa, and we're done.
Yeah, now it's officially over.
Getting caught out trying to side B the ledge there, like I mentioned, you know, way before even the start of game 1, is something Mega Man can do, but it's also exploitable. Similar to like Kazuya, laser stalling, same idea where you're stalling out a little bit, you're making it harder for your opponent to pressure the ledge, but it also means that you're super duper hittable for you know, just a couple frames off the edge of the stage.
46% under Atomic's third and final stock. MPG taking a pretty strong hit here out the gate, tied up on the percentages, but still a full stock in the lead. $72 to $60.
I forgot I'm casting. I'm just watching.
That's fine,
I
Cap.
just
I
love
mean,
watching
it's a hell of a matchup. I cannot disagree with you.
Yeah, up tilt's not quite going to do it here, but I mean, still, we are just fully in control of this last game. I think there's no doubting now, even if you had, you know, your reservations before, I think there's absolutely no doubting that MPG just has complete and utter control over this game. 131 on Atomic, and that down air is going to seal the deal. Didn't even need to do him like that, but we chose to anyways, and that's why that's my go.
That's my go. That's so funny. So that was what, 2 stocks on the board for MPG there at the end?
That was 2 stocks on the board
15 to 6. Which means in best case scenario, we are looking at a 15-14. So that does officially wrap things up here in this matchup. We will still play game number 5 for the bragging rights, for the playtime, and hey, why not just for a little bit of fun?
Yeah, I want to watch Houdini play Yoshi. That's actually my go. You know, here's a fun fact. After watching that finals where Delaware just looked unstoppable.
Yeah.
I followed Houdini on Twitter and DM'd them. I was like, "You're my goat," and I'm like, "I appreciate it."
Funny.
So, do you have Houdini coming in? This is one of my favorite players. You know, personal bias. I completely accept that.
No, Cap. Everybody knows. I'm never biased. Everybody knows that. Except for never biased.
Never ever.
Never ever.
It's never happened.
Never ever. I'm never biased for any team, especially not the ones that send me jerseys. Never.
For sure, no.
Never.
No, yeah.
Pure professionalism across the board here from Semblance Industries. And it, you know, I think Yoshi's fun. Because I don't like playing against Yoshi, but I do like watching good Yoshis. I do think good Yoshis are very entertaining.
Yoshi is cool, man. I feel like Yoshi can kind of do the same thing as Roy, where you're just kind of like running around throwing out aerials haphazardly, but there's just an art to when Yoshi does it. I don't know. Also, I mean, I know
built different.
You're built different. I know. I personally watched Houdini get just some of the most insane egg conversions I've ever seen last year. So I don't know, it wasn't even last year. It was a couple months ago, but you know, last season. So I mean, I'm just excited to see the Yoshi come out. Looks like we've got Beastly coming out for UTA, not to be confused with Beast, the Charizard main, also from Philadelphia, which is what I think of every time I see their name.
And also, not to be confused with Beast Mode, the NPC you can hire in Fortnite. Just to super clarify, you know, that's not what we're seeing right now.
Is there an NPC called? I'm Googling this later.
I promise.
I'm Googling this later. I don't play the Fortnite.
I
don't play the Fortnite. I wouldn't know.
Oh, bro, where's Jonesy? Put Jonesy in Smash.
I That would have been cool.
That would have been cool. Listen, Cap, when this broadcast is over, I'm going to show you the Google Doc I have of all of the characters that I think should have been in Smash instead of a couple that we got. But I don't want to say my hot takes on camera because then people are mad at me. So I will say it when we are not casting live for people.
No, that's true. I mean, listen, hey, if you think anything that we said is dumb, our Twitters are right there. You can go ahead and call us mean things. You know, it boosts that engagement. I'm trying to, you know.
Boost the engagement, please.
There we go. Looks like we've got Beastly most likely on Ness. I do vaguely remember Beastly playing Ness last year as well, but I don't want to say that with 100%
Is this a really
confidence.
tough Ness matchup?
Yeah. The double jump armor is definitely a problem.
Yeah.
But the thing with matchups like that, where there is kind of an over centralizing mechanic, that you just have to look out for it or you lose, is that it kind of works both ways. Where you can be expecting it, you can be ready for it, you can absolutely account for it. Sure. I think Ness is a character that is not stuck to one game plan by any means, so we definitely have room here to kind of mess around and find our footing and find what is working, you know, against this Yoshi. So yeah. I wouldn't count them out just yet, just based off of characters, but I definitely do think, Yoshi's going to present a little bit of a challenge for Ness here.
A wee bit of a challenge for Yoshi, or for Ness, excuse me, and I'm excited to see Beastly go against Houdini. I think they're getting the button check out of the way, just getting the job done, crossing the T's, dotting the I's. But Yoshi v Ness, I think they're just going the good old-fashioned run back to Pokemon Stadium 2 as well, so we're entering a stage that we've seen many, many times today, actually, and I don't know, I'm kind of hoping I'm forgetting something, because I feel like this should not be an easy matchup in the slightest.
Off stage is gonna suck.
Yeah.
I mean that's gonna be miserable. But honestly, you're not seeing Yoshi recover low a lot of the time. So a lot of the really corny, I don't even want to call it corny because it just works. I feel like you can call it corny if it works. But I mean, a lot of the yo-yo techs we see, or just playing around those low recoveries. This is very, very good. Yoshi's not going to be doing that a lot of the time because, quite frankly, the way the double jumps and the up B work, it really just doesn't lend itself very well to recovering low like that. So it's just something I doubt we're going to see come out, and that kind of makes some of Ness's, ledge trapping a lot harder if we see Houdini just bypass that step entirely.
Pokemon Stadium 2, Houdini versus Beastly, all for the bragging rights at this point. Houdini trying to make this look a little bit less one-sided, and already we're seeing a little bit of an awkward performance from Beastly, trying to just collect that center stage presence, and seems like they've got it locked out.
Looking pretty even so far. We see that double jump already come out. Ooh, this is a problem. Okay, hold on. We found the win con. If we catch Houdini without a jump, that Yoshi falls slow enough that Ness can just keep that pressure up, enough aerial drift that it is going to be a problem.
Already a pretty strong up smash there from Houdini. And now it's my turn to watch the slideshow. Hold on, I don't know what's going on.
We've got some up smash, attempts, I'd say, at kills coming out from Houdini. Not quite going to find the mark. Still very even here. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these spacing forward airs. I'd imagine we're trying to bait out the double jump armor just so we can, get past it and start doing other things. But a big up smash on the down B. Very, very committal option from Houdini there. Probably looking for that ledge there, but not quite going to find it.
Yeah, pretty telegraphed move is not going to work out well. They miss the ledge. They get caught out by Beastly's up smash. And now Beastly kind of running away with a little bit of a percentile lead. Ness and Lucas, the only two characters in the game that can recover once again if they bonk on the stage. And Beastly is going to be able to take advantage of that, stay off stage a little longer than it seemed like they were going to. And a lot of extra percent being gained. Finally, Beastly goes down, I think, 180% on the board, but 60% extra credit is phenomenal.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, Houdini's not out of this by any means, but definitely made this a little harder for themselves. Big combo coming out here. Hold on, a little bit of an instant double jump combo there, too. I didn't even realize Yoshi had those, but 40% is not a bad start to a comeback. He's looking for the grab there, not quite going to find it, but still, I mean, looking fantastic so far from Houdini. Just trying to manage, not making it any worse, right? We saw 60% on the extra credit, and we have not gotten any worse, which is actually saying a lot, honestly.
Yeah, I have to agree, not doing any worse, and already Beastly being caught off stage once more, 130%. That's going to be able to catch you, and not going to be that stock offline quite yet. Goes for the dash attack, the egg comes up, and the back air lightning kick puts you down. phenomenal read from Beastly, giving themselves the opportunity to put UTA even further in the lead here.
Now wait, there's a double jump partner coming into play. Now we're gonna have to see. This is the point, right, where we find out whether or not Houdini's kind of maintaining the pace. If we can get a little bit more extra credit than we did last time, then we know that Beastly is pushing forward and not just, maintaining the status quo. Yeah, this is something that a lot of people don't do. You can just go out and hit the Ness. He's not going to do anything about it.
You can go get him. He's out there. You can go
Everyone's
hit him.
very, very scared of that PK Thunder hitbox, but if you either eat the PK Thunder or just hit him out of it, it's very, very hard for him to deal with it. But still around 60%, again, like I mentioned earlier, Houdini and that has not let that lead slip too far, so I'd say this is absolutely still doable.
102 to 22, and like you said, absolutely doable if Houdini can play their cards correctly, but I think Beastly has been pretty large and in charge for majority of this matchup, and it doesn't seem like they're going to not be anytime soon, keeping that zoning distance, keeping that space available, and creating necessity of value here. 126 to 22. Houdini needs pretty much a miracle to try and win this one out.
I'd definitely say a miracle is necessary, especially at kill.
There you go.
Yeah, that is going to do it. Trying to find the DI to survive that back there, but just unfortunately not going to happen at that percent.
16 to 6 here in favor of the University of Delaware. Just kidding. I've done that twice now. I'm so sorry, Delaware. University of Texas at Arlington. They're going to be able to beat University of Delaware and will continue to move on undefeated. But Beastly has to win this out just one more time so we can get that final score on the board.
Yeah, we'll have to find out kind of what this point total comes to, and every single point can matter come the end of the season. We're going to have to find them, especially because, we saw a lot of forfeits actually coming out these first couple weeks. So, these point differentials might actually end up making a difference later on when, teams' records are a little bit bolstered by some of these, I won't call them false wins because obviously they count, but, not exactly what we would expect out of, a win for EGF to meet.
Sure. Yeah, most definitely. We're jumping into what I believe to just be the salty run pack, and that's to be Yoshi here on Pokemon Stadium 2 for what is possibly our final matchup of Series number 1 here tonight, and my final matchup of the day, because this is all I'm doing today, so.
Yeah, I got 2 more after this, so, I'll see you at midnight.
I'm going to go eat dinner, and then I don't know what I'm going to do. But Houdini is going to be able to take a very gentle advantage here over Beastly. The Yo-Yo is going to miss, the turnaround finds value. Forward air puts Beastly into a very precarious position, and they will be eliminated. That first stock offline. Houdini coming out a lot louder here in game number 2.
We've turned around the pace of this game dramatically, and I'd have to watch a little bit more to really kind of get a grasp on what exactly we're doing differently, but if I had to hazard a guess right now, I feel like we're being a lot more exploitative of some of Ness's floatier hitboxes and decisions that they choose to make here. I think just hitting Ness can be a little scary, especially because sometimes you walk into a yo-yo off stage and you lose your stock for it, but it's something you have to, just learn to absolutely exploit. Otherwise, you're never going to find the combos and the percent that you need to find these kills.
Beastly gets taken off stage, and Houdini's still going to be a little bit too nervous to go ahead and try to find that opening, to try to find that space to work with. He wants to take that second stock off the line. This could be a critical lead for Houdini to maybe enforce the game number 3, but wow, okay, never mind, scratch that.
What a turnaround, honestly. Really good finding that tech chase there, double down tilt into the forward smash, and that could be the momentum that Beastly needed. Not quite going to do it here. We're going to see if Houdini walks out and goes for this. No, recognizing that the air dodge is coming and big back air. Houdini is still in this at a much closer percent than they were last time. This is still anybody's game, and I really mean that this time. I don't mean like I did last time, where it was like an 80% differential. And while I was talking about it, we saw Beastly just do a bunch of combos and stuff. But this time, I really mean it.
Houdini has 38%, 54 now. The dream of a JV2 is out the window, and Beastly taking a little bit of percentile, but still notably in the lead here. PK Fire out, gets the lightning kick read onto Houdini, and with 90% on the board, Houdini has to play patient. One mistake could cost him the game.
Yeah, but unfortunately playing a little too patient means that Beastly gets to sit there and wait for the clock to hit 0 seconds. Well, I suspect we're not going to go to time. We still got a lot of time left in this game, but I also fully believe that Beastly's going to sit on the other side of the stage and wait for Houdini, because ultimately, you're the one, if you're losing, you're the one that has to, approach. So Beastly has absolutely zero reason to even entertain anything out of Houdini right now.
Yeah, no need to even entertain the opportunity, and they won't. Beastly will find that victory over Houdini, I believe, with just that one stock remaining, which makes the final score 19-6 in favor of UTA over the University of Delaware. A very notable performance here tonight, and one that continues to keep their undefeated streak alive.
Yeah, I gotta say, definitely was a lot more decisive than I would have expected, going in to this set here. It was two undefeated teams, right? And two pretty, honestly, they both had very convincing victories their past couple weeks. So I think to see UT Arlington take such a lead and such a win here tonight, it's gonna mean a lot going forward for who you're preparing for and who you're viewing as the big dogs of the season.
Sure, without a doubt. I mean, there is going to be a pretty aggressive shakeup of the big dogs of the season, and we're actually going to get to talk to a couple of the big dogs here, I think, is whenever UTA may be ready. So I know, Cap, I'm particularly looking forward to seeing who we get the chance to chat with and who we're going to be talking to in just a minute here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out in just a couple of minutes for you. I think we can just go ahead and throw it to a break, though, while we get that interview set up. Don't go anywhere. We've got some talks with a member of our winning team tonight, UT Arlington 4-0, by the way. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EGFC Season 5 SSBU. A whole lot of letters, and we had a whole lot of fun here tonight. We are joined by, I believe, team captain Davey, with Kyle watching, just in case. Davey, I've got to say, honestly, huge congratulations to you guys tonight, because this was a matchup that way back at the beginning of the night we were talking about. This might be close. This might be an insane matchup. Delaware, they've got players like MPG, and you guys came out, you said, actually, we're a little busy tonight, so let's try to wrap this up as fast as we can with some dominating performances out the gate from both Peach Fuzz and Kyle, who is sitting behind you. So I want to ask, going into this, did you guys make any specific plans? Did you go through with any specific coordinations to give yourselves an advantage, or was it just UTA playing their UTA game?
No, we just kind of went with the flow. I mean, we had a little bit of a thought when it came to who we started with. We started with Peach Fuzz because he's, a pretty solid Rob, and he does good against every matchup. But everyone else after that, we kind of just threw people at him.
I mean, that's absolutely fair. I mean, I'm going to ask kind of the same question, not exactly the same question. I think something that Septon and I talked a lot about both on the cast and before the cast is MPG, right? When you're in these collegiate leagues, I've played in them a couple times. You don't usually see top level players in talent. So just the fact that MPG is on that team at all, does that factor in at all, or just kind of business as usual, just rolling through?
I mean, no disrespect when I say this, but I don't think. I mean, he's good. Like he's, I mean, he took the set tonight, but Atomic is really good. He's an upcoming top player. BC's on our team, number 1 in Dallas. I mean, Atomic's like number, I don't know, 2 or something. But we're pretty
Tommy said
confident,
that.
But both of them are pretty good. So I didn't feel like the discrepancy between like their skill wasn't really that much of a difference.
Yeah, I think that was proven as well. That was an incredibly close matchup.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, going into this now, you're 4-0. Looking at the rest of this season, I know a lot of teams will kind of change their strategies and styles depending on who they're losing to, who their tough matchups are. But so far, all of the matchups have proved particularly tough for you. So, do you see yourself even worrying about changing the game plan moving forward at all? Are we still collecting data, or are we just gonna kind of walk through the rest of the season?
We're going with the flow. We do what we feel like on that day for the most part. I don't feel like we have much of anything we need to work on in our game plan. Like it's been working out so far. So.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think like you said, the game plan's working. Undefeated so far. I mean, you clearly have a plan and you're sticking to it, and it's looking good. And the last question I want to ask is honestly just one of my own curiosity. It's very rare that we see teams have 2 talented players that play the same character. And I was curious if that's kind of something that we see. Is that an intentional choice from the side of UT Arlington? Is that a detriment or a benefit to you guys? How is it to have 2 talented players that are both Rock and Rob on the battlefield?
I mean, we didn't choose these players because they played Rob. We chose them because they're good at the game.
Sure, right.
Rob is not a bad character to have 2 of. You know what I mean?
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Most definitely. I always think it's interesting because I really can't think of another team that has 2 people playing the same character at the caliber that these guys continue to come out and play. But Davey, a big congrats to you and the team for continuing an undefeated streak, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And with that, folks, we are going to go ahead and throw it to a bit of a break here. I am going to skedaddle. I'm going to do a little magic trick and get the heck out of here. But my good boy Soy will be joining us in just a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere. Plenty of EGFC SSBU left to be played tonight.
Welcome back into EGF Season 4, Week 5. I thought about it. I thought about it so long and I still messed it up, but that's okay. It's actually Season 5, Week 4. We're coming in for our second match today. We already saw a pretty banger. You wouldn't guess it by the score line. It was one of those 0-3, but it was close kind of moments. But still, fantastic match, and we're not done yet. Right now we have William and Mary facing up against University of Connecticut here. And Soy, happy to have you here. You look different than Septilence, and that's okay. I'm loving the beard. I already mentioned it. I'm going to say it again on cast. I need the world to know that I love your facial hair.
I appreciate it. Like I was saying, I nearly shaved it recently, but I'm decided, we're into, this is what, my 4th year of EGF casting. I gotta show the veteran presence, right? And that's what we're gonna get from these 2 schools here, some veteran players stepping into the ring, especially William and Mary. They've been here since the beginning, really, of the EGFC, and this squad has consistently performed at the highest level. They'll be going up against UConn, who's a squad that joined more recently, but we're getting a lot of names that have returned for this squad. In particular, Cozy Wrath going to be the opener here. And Cozy Wrath, I believe last time we saw them, they've just been the master of the sorties, going through characters like Shulk, Roy, I believe Sora even in the past, and Sephiroth has also been thrown in there, but they're going to be the lead-off man for UConn, and they'll be having a tough matchup up against one of the captains of the William & Mary tribe in Luca.
Yeah, I mean, on that Kazuya as well. I think this is an interesting matchup. I don't think either character necessarily wins, but I feel like this is a battle of yesterday's top tier versus today's top tier. We're going to have to see how it ends up playing out.
Really seen a matchup like this in a minute, especially here for the EGFC. The Palutenas are kind of few and far between, and the Kazuyas just typically don't like to match into them. By the way, correction on that name. Wrath and Cozy Wrath are two different players, so my apologies. But Wrath stepping in here on this Palutena. Interesting to see how they'll fare. I mean, so far, with the percent lead, but, I mean, Kazuya is one of those characters that can do that to you and eliminate stocks just as easily. 81% doesn't mean anything. Up smash, and that's how Wrath drops the opener here, and William and Mary take the early lead.
Yeah, that's the danger, right? When you're fighting against Kazuya, one hit can matter. It doesn't matter what percent you're at. One hit is enough at 0. One hit is enough, certainly at those higher percents, and not quite finding the ledge there with that side beat, just a little too low. But I do like the idea of trying to recover kind of laterally as, you know, oh, that could be that one hit, but not able to quite convert it there. Yeah, I like the idea of trying to find these horizontal recoveries as, you know, generally we see Kazuya go for the vertical ones, but you got to make sure you're snapping the ledges.
Boy, the Luco parries there looked real dangerous. Wrath has really got to be careful and try and mix up these timings on these approaches because Luco's defense is solid right now. Tried to just pull the trigger on it, and he does a second time. Oh, my mercy. Wrath just getting called out for being way too aggressive, and he drops a second stock because of it. Now Luco might have something here. Oh, the turnaround. I'm not sure if that was completely intentional or not, but now he's chasing down this platform, trying to go for the down air mix-up there, but Wrath able to hold shield and get away for the moment, but at 73%, you gotta be real careful here.
Yeah, absolutely. Any EWGF, goodness gracious. These acronyms tonight are going to kill me. Any Electric Wind Godfist coming out is going to convert into a kill most likely at this percent, so definitely have to be very careful here. Not quite going to find it there, but that downbeat tech chase will also not do the trick. Actually, no rage online for Luco just yet, so looking at a significantly weaker version of that move.
Luco will be able to grab the ledge, forward airing his way back, fighting out of the corner here. Now Wrath at 108, nearly fell into that smash attack. That's another command grab, and that one will do the trick. No platform required, and it's going to be William and Mary starting off strong with a 2-stock in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you play Tekken, those rages are going to do half your HP, and basically do the same here. Doesn't really matter what percent you're at. There's a decent chance you're getting grabbed by that. You're going to lose the stock. Yeah, beautiful conversion here. Exactly what you expect out of Kazuya, you know, at this level of play. Just be able to get the EWGF, especially at the ledge there, right? It's so hard to DI in that situation because you don't want to fall off the stage. Kazuya, I mean, definitely is better in certain circumstances, and I'm so sorry. I think someone just knocked on my door. I should go check that real quick. I will be right back.
No worries. In the meantime, I can talk about how, you know, Luco with a pretty solid start here with a 2-stock. I mean, this is not a character that I think Luco has really played on stream all that frequently, but you can tell that they are very well practiced in this character, right? They've got the inputs down. They're able to take stocks pretty frequently, and even in disadvantage, they're able to, you know, weave around it, right? These characters that are always facing your opponent don't typically have the best recoveries, but Kazuya, although limited in times, still able to typically get back, especially against a character like Palutena who can typically, you know, find ways to go out in edgeguard, right? Palutena, I feel like, is one of those characters that likes to get aggressive, go off stage, land another neutral air, fair, back air, whatever it may be. But because of the way Kazuya recovers, it's still easier said than done.
It was the rabbit, in case you were curious. The rabbit was thumping on the ground. I gave her a treat, so hopefully she will be happy now instead of upset because she didn't have her treat before. I heard Palu and edge guarding, and I agree. That's all I need to hear, honestly. Walk off Nair does so much. Hitting neutral B at the ledge forces, some kind of interaction that we can then deal with. But no, looks like it is going to be the swap here to the Aegis, Pythra, Pam, whatever you want to call them. Still the same character, still just as dangerous.
Yeah, the Pyramithra, I mean, already well documented in terms of the pro scene, what this character can do. And Wrath is interestingly, going back through this, Wrath, I believe a rookie of this UConn team, but you look at the characters now through 4 weeks, and they've gone through really a lot of the top tiers and still trying to find their bread and butter, it seems, as the Pyramithra, kind of new to this roster for Wrath, that is, drops the opening stock there. But in terms of in the past, they played Joker beforehand. We saw the Palutena in previous weeks, so they're kind of going through those upper echelon of characters and just seeing what fits.
I do want to bring attention here. I think we kind of glossed over it, but that was kind of an insane conversion from Luca. We saw a couple drops in that Kazuya combo, and it just didn't matter. We still had the follow-up. We were ready for it. I think it's insane to be ready for your own mistakes, but still, Luca is there. That down B, actually not the Rage version, so not going to quite do enough, but surely we get the stock here. No! Yes, no? Oh, this is agony.
Yes, no, maybe so. The answer was yes, indeed. They were able to take it thanks to that neutral B forward smash, but it's on Mithra, so not all that much knockback to it. Luca will survive. That's an early down B. Good 33 earned there. Air dodge back to the ledge and a forward tilt off stage, and he is chasing him down, but he will get overly aggressive. I believe that was a jump from ledge getting caught by the up smash, and so down goes Luco's first stock here in game 2. But this is a commanding lead right now for Luco, especially with how quickly they were able to take that first stock and how much damage they can quickly apply here to Wrath, already at 96. And on Mithra, I mean, this is a light character. They're going to die to anything like an up smash trade, and Luco will seal away this first series.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta imagine even that early down B was just trying to take them off the side of the stage, right? I imagine that's why we went for that at such a low percent, but yeah, oh my goodness, just that whole first combo is just kind of crazy. Like we're picking up, we're tech chasing, we're doing the absolutely nasty get in forward tilt angle throw that Kazuya has access to, and that side B is not going to make it there. I don't think anything in Pyramithra's kit would have.
And then there was this chase down. The neutral B connecting really did it in. Wrath had already, I believe, used their jump in that sequence. Even off of that dodge, you'd think maybe they get a punish or something, but no. And then once again, the side B distance just a little bit too short. So Wrath, the spacing and the damage just not quite there in the end, and Luco able to take full advantage of it. You did see moments there from Wrath where they were able to, get some things going, but this trade was nasty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm amazed that even traded at all a little bit. It looks like Kazuya clanked, but obviously not going to be doing enough damage on that Mithra neutral air to really stop that attack from coming out. Plus, not to mention the invincibility and this and that, and Kazuya has a bunch of invulnerability on all the moves, but still very, very commanding start here for William and Mary.
Yeah, and William and Mary getting off to that 6-0 start. I mean, using a big name in doing so, but that's what you want from your big name players. Luco's been here for a while, and he's been very successful. He's going up against one of the rookies of this Husky squad in Wrath. And again, part of me just wonders, it feels like Wrath has a good understanding, like a good kind of fundamental of what their character does. He's got a good general idea of movement, but the kind of flip-flopping between top tiers of, all right, the Joker one week, the Palu the next week, now the Pyramithra, feels like they're still kind of soul-searching for that one character where everything's just going to come together.
Yeah, I mean, when you're kind of in a character crisis like this, I always like to tell people, listen, just sit down and play what's fun to you. I think if you're enjoying the character, no matter where they are on the tier list, if they happen to be a little bit lower, I think that's okay, as long as you can enjoy the grind, because enjoying the grind is the only way you're going to, really play long enough to get good enough at a character where you kind of see the results coming through. And I mean, that's why you see a lot of people stick to at most 2 characters, because swapping around like that when you're trying to find it just, isn't really going to do the trick. So I do hope, for the best there. I hope we find a main that we stick to. But that match is over. Going on next, we do have Speed Space coming out for William and Mary. I don't believe we have a player yet for University of Connecticut, so we're going to find that out in a couple seconds here. But Soy, Speed Space is what we are looking at right now.
Yeah, Speed Space is one of these players that was a little bit newer to the William and Mary squad, but really started to shine in the postseason. Went 2-2 in the regular season on the Pokemon Trainer, and then got a lot of time in the last couple postseasons for William and Mary. Now, those postseasons runs were cut short, but Speed Space, nail biters in a lot of those postseason matches, those playoff games. So we'll have to see how this Pokemon Trainer does. Last I recall, Speed Space was pretty well-rounded when it came to all three. Typically I like to focus on, which one seems the most proficient, but seemed like Speed Space overall, had a pretty good understanding or at least well-roundedness of what to do with all three and when to switch. Maybe a little early on those switches to Ivysaur and Charizard, but those are characters that can do a lot of work, so you don't mind those early tempo changes.
Yeah, I definitely kind of agree with being able to pick out the strongest Pokemon from the bunch. I think that's a very, very common thing for a lot of Pokemon Trainer players, that there is definitely, a weakest link, and it's definitely exploitable. But, having a relatively even spread amongst these Pokemon with Pokemon Trainer is definitely a great way to play the character. It's what you're hoping for. It's not always what you get, but it is what you're hoping for. But we're gonna have to see how that works out against, on the other side of the aisle here we have Kuyan.
I believe it's Kuyan, if I remember correctly, and we've seen a little bit of Kuyan, another newer face to this Huskies squad. But interestingly enough, last time we saw him, he played Zero Suit Samus, which is something that we've seen very infrequently here at EGFC, especially since I believe the last Zero Suits where honestly, one was on William and Mary. You go way back, I believe it was Jeffro who made that character. And then the last Zero Suit Samus that we saw was actually for Mississippi State on Mr. Man, I believe it was. That was way back in season 2 or 3 of EGFC. So it's been a minute since we've seen this character, but Zero Suit into Pokemon Trainer is likely what we're looking for in this second battle.
Yeah, I'm not terribly surprised, with that knowledge. ZSS is not a character that generally lends herself very well to Wi-Fi. A lot of the things that she does involve reading DI, which is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, on Wi-Fi in a lot of situations. Whether you're reading, the Nair Flip Kick DI, whether you're reading your Up Throw DI, it's all going to be tech chases with this character and spacing, and that's definitely a lot harder to do on Wi-Fi, but definitely still doable. I think ZSS gets a lot of her advantage in neutral game just from being able to move around the stage incredibly freely, and I don't think that's going to be any different into Pokemon Trainer, but I think Ivysaur is definitely going to have to be something that she watches out for as we get into this second match here on Pokemon Stadium 2.
We'll have to watch and see how quickly Speed Space flips between those Pokemon to get over to that Ivysaur that you mentioned. But so far, the Squirtle putting in work here at low percents. 43 already racked up. Good down air as well. Into the up tilt, and chase down still on. Early up B from Kuyan, just saying, nope, I'm out of here. I don't want to deal with this combo. Now we see the switch over to Ivysaur. Another boost kick used really early here. Won't land and allows Speed Space to really get a good follow-up. That side B was so good, and the up B is actually going to catch as well. It's an early kill here for Speed Space.
Yeah, if you're looking on paper at this matchup, this is exactly what I would expect out of Pokemon Trainer versus Zero Suit Samus, right? A lot of what she gets, again, is that mileage out of being able to move around so freely, but Ivysaur can just lock down so much, so much space, so much bigger areas like that up B, where again, we're going to see another Vine Whip Sweet Spot kill. Only 28% on Speed Space here. Very worth noting. We've gotten these stocks incredibly early off of Kuyan. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 3-stock come out within the next couple, 30 seconds even.
And especially with Charizard out too. This is a big body for ZSS to potentially take advantage of, but like you said, very difficult to get in at the moment, especially with these flame breaths. The neutral B landing. Grab won't land either. Stun gets shielded. Speed Space controlling center stage. Now throws out the tail. That back air and the tether getting stalled out. And so much work has been done. Kuyan's already up to 99%, and he just pulls the trigger on Flare Blitz, and it will be a 3-stock in game 1.
I was off by like 10 seconds. I almost had the call. That's okay. I mean, something I didn't really account for in this matchup that I think I kind of got, matchup checked and knowledge checked on is that Charizard is also kind of a nightmare for ZSS to get in on. I think I agree with you in the fact that the idea being that, Charizard is just such a big bot and it's going to get grazed by a lot of hits and very easy to combo. I think that makes sense, but you got to factor in, you got to get around that neutral, but you got to get around those forwarders that are just going to be swiping at you anytime you so much as enter the general airspace of Charizard. I think it, came through a lot in this matchup, and that's just another thing that I think Kuyan's going to have to look out for on top of that Ivysaur.
Feels is a game of almost cat and mouse where Kuyan it's very much their character, like you mentioned. It's about getting punishes and getting very solid punishes, getting a lot off of them overextending. But the defense of Pokemon Trainer is just so strong that they don't really have to approach all that frequently. Like you said, they can kind of control space, and like you said, having that space minimized or locked down, it's like having a solid cornerback in football. You're being put on the island, and so far, Kuyan has not been able to break free, and you saw in that series, they just could not find a solid opening. We really didn't even see any of the classic ZSS combos, really only 1 or 2 sequences, I think, where they got more than one hit. It was really just kind of one and done. Now, it's hard to track down a lot of the characters, like Squirtle, who's a small, fast body, but it's something that you do have to work around. You do have to find ways to get in. I'm also curious to see, the Ivysaur getting those 2 up B kills very early tells me that Kuyan was also probably not prepared for that just follow-up option. And so I think that Kuyan's going to be a little bit more aware this time and really have to think about those recoveries as they're looking for an opening here. He's getting very threatening in the corner at speed space at 56, the early switch to the Ivysaur. We'll see what they can do here.
Yeah, fantastic stuff already. We're doing much better than game 1. That was that adaptation. Like you mentioned, we have to watch out for those upbeats coming out. And what do? We immediately flip kick out of the way of that, avoid that sweet spot upbeat here. Not gonna quite avoid that sweet spot back air though, as Speed Space does take the first stock of our second game.
Oh no, got caught rolling away here. 52%, and now trying to recover the bounce off of Charizard, and pulled the trigger early. We've seen a lot of these early upbeats from Kuyan too, and that time they won't be able to land. Charizard putting in a lot of work once again. 93% here on Speed Space. These first hit forward airs look good, but not getting too much off the back of them. 27% here on Kuyan. They can't find the landing here as that down smash will whiff. Another one, the roll does not come through, and Speed Space is able to stuff out another recovery, but maybe here, turn around up B, and Charizard dies off the top. Kuyan strikes 1.
Yeah, thanks to that really commanding start coming out of Kuyan, we did manage to find that stock eventually, but it feels like we got the handle on it. Not Luco, I just saw the tag. Speed Space adapted here, and we're just lost again. I think Smash is obviously a battle of adaptations from both players. We're trying to figure out the character, we're trying to figure out the matchup, we're trying to figure out where the individual player comes in and all of that, and it feels like Kuyan is just lost versus Speed Space. Once the second we get the adaptation down, it seems like we find, the workaround, and sometimes the workaround is just to unplug the router. Can't lose if the match doesn't finish.
All right, we'll get an update as to how the result of this match plays out, but it seemed like Speed Space still had a very solid grasp of that matchup overall. Kuyan kind of got caught there a little bit, dropped some stocks because of being just barely over-aggressive, and also dropped some stocks because, there's simply nowhere to go. Speed Space has a pretty good understanding of where to position himself in order to cover a decent amount of options, and like you said, once that space is taken off the board, there's not a lot of great options for ZSS left. And in that scenario, right towards the end there, it feels like even the Ivysaur can afford to get a little bit more aggressive with things like the approaching Razor Leaf, that side B, even using the up air as well. As we'll go to the replays here so you can see what we're talking about. But this just felt very rough overall for Kuyan because of Speed Space's control over the stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost kind of a heartbreaker, honestly, if you're Kuyan right here. You feel like you're getting such a good handle on Speed Space, and truly they were. We were looking at, blow for blow up to like around 50, 60, 70%, and then it feels like it just fell completely out of control again.
Believe the results are in, but I mean, it's
one stock. We got down to one stock, which might matter. Later on in the set, game 1 was a 3 stock, game 2 was that 1 stock. So we didn't get to see it, but Kuyan did find a second stock on that game. Very unfortunate that we were not able to see it play all the way out, but still very commanding. Second match here for William and Mary.
Yeah, Kuyan, a player that shows a lot of promise. Like you said, ZSS, it's a character that can really mess up a lot of people, but you gotta get into the right circumstance, I feel like, and it feels like Kuyan's still kind of finding their ground, and it makes me think, we started this by saying, there's a lot of veteran players, but it's UConn who's come out the gates here early with some newer faces. There's been a lot of a turnover, I think, from last season to this season in terms of the players that have joined this team. And so they're still trying to, I guess, find their way here and get adapted to this format. But there are still some veterans on this team that we'll likely see as this match goes on. And meanwhile, William and Mary waste no time bringing out one of their most tested veterans, one of the captains of this squad, and then one of their more experienced playoff competitors in Speed Space.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to follow it up with Tubi. I got to be honest, very unfamiliar completely. I am not familiar with this player personally. I'm going to be taking a look at the sheets here. Looks like we have Palu, possibly. That is all that I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, Tubi's only played once so far this season, and they went, I believe it was Palutena, and I want to say they were playing against, it wasn't University of Hawaii, but it was a couple weeks ago, and it was a nail biter of a set that they played. I want to say it was against George Washington. Yep, they played against Chicken, the Zelda player. Right. This was so last we saw they played against Chicken from George Washington, and I remember that set was kind of an odd one because Zelda was, I mean, it's just something that you don't see all that frequently, and against Palu, right, you have that speed factor, but it was a very adaptive set. There was a lot of kind of odd stuff in the beginning, but then the reads just became heavier and heavier as the set went on. And one thing that really stuck out to me was both of them, I mean, because of the way those two characters work, that both have the teleport up piece, it took a minute, I think, for both of them to really kind of lock into the ability to kind of cancel that up B, to slide off of platforms in terms of recovery. So to be a player that I think needed a little bit of warm up to really, heat up in that series, but a Palutena player that kind of exciting to see. We're seeing more and more of those as UConn brought out their own earlier today.
Yeah, Palu still a fantastic character. Looks like we've got God Particle coming out for the University of Connecticut here out on the other side. I unfortunately was trampling over production trying to introduce the other players, so I did not hear who's in the button check. I did hear the Palutena though, so that sounds like it's going to be kind of a lock. I did it again. I'm so sorry. Young Link versus Palutena. Ooh, shoutouts year one Smash Ultimate top tiers. I mean, this is one of those matchups where it's like, on paper we've seen this time and time again, but it's kind of been a while, and metas have developed, playstyles have changed, so we're gonna have to see kind of how it pans out in 2023. We're 6 years into Smash Ultimate. A lot of stuff has been discovered. We're not playing the game the same as we were in 2018, 2019. I'm definitely excited to see how this plays out.
I will also say God Particle, I believe, a rookie to the EGFC scene, so this will be UConn's first look at a young Link player on stream as well. And like you mentioned, it's old school top tiers, but still a lot of potential, a very high ceiling for both of them. The young links in this league have typically done pretty well for themselves in terms of performance here at EGFC as well. Palutena, obviously a character that is just very well rounded. But I feel like the biggest thing that sticks out in my mind is that projectile battle off the bat, right? Young Link loves the bomb, the arrow, the combos off the back of them. But I feel like the Palutena neutral B, if used properly, if they're bought enough space, just kind of shuts that down pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Can also make those bomb recoveries a lot harder on the Young Link. A lot of the times you're timing that out so that your explosion is going to, pop you up right at the end of your up B, give you some time, give you some space, reset your up B. But if you can throw off that timing even just a little bit, sometimes that's enough to, completely throw off your recovery plans, maybe even lose you the stock, honestly.
Well, game number 1 going to PS2, classic starting stage. So we'll see how these two fare as it should be noted, right, in this format that this is a kind of must-win for UConn if they're going to try and find the victory this week. We're into set number 3, and it's 12-0. If 2B wins it by the bare minimum, you're looking at a near-perfect next 2 sets that the Huskies would have to pull off. So, God Particle, a little bit of pressure on them this week as well, but it is still... this is kind of the end of the first quarter of the season. This is week 4 of 16 weeks, so we'll have to see if God Particle can come up with something here. They've got the percent lead. Boomerang, good drag down combo. Good air dodge though by 2B to get out of there. And the back air being shielded as well, so 2B showing some defense and ability to get out of combos.
Yeah, I'm really liking the way God Particle is mixing up their tempo in this neutral game. Something that you got to consider with characters like Young Link who have both an amazing combo game and an amazing zoning game is that a lot of times players will get caught up in one of the, oh my goodness, fantastic double jump nair there to catch. Yeah, that strong hit nair is a kill move, but this even lends even more to my point, honestly. A lot of players will get stuck in one or the other, in terms of the playstyle. Either you'll hard zone or you'll go hard for the combos. It feels like God Particle is kind of striking the sweet spot here, keeping 2B on their toes, as we saw, not even going for the ledge trap. They're just going low and getting ready to get that nair for the Palutena uppie, because there is a lot of time, a lot of startup on that ability where you do get to interact with them.
You can tell by the way that God Particle is moving that this is a well-practiced character. They know absolutely what they're doing. You don't do rising nair like that off stage, especially after just doing a nair without some practice. That one nearly causes 2B to die off the bottom, but they will be able to get it back for the moment. How do they get out of the corner here? The bomb, the arrow, the boomerang, everything right now in 2B's way of getting back to center stage. 133, they're able to weave around the projectiles, but a parry comes through on their approach here. God Particle continuing to put on the pressure. Another grab, doesn't find the kill yet. Second bomb placed, and then that one will not connect. We'll be able to weave around that side B from 2B for the moment. Now another shield, but the bomb, actually I thought it would interrupt, but just barely got the throw off in time, and God Particle surviving until that forward tilt. Commentators curse, timing is everything, and 2B's on the board.
Yeah, 150% on this Palutena. There are a lot of rage, but also very easy to get sniped out. Fortunately for 2B here, a lot of these aerials, won't necessarily kill unless you're on the edge of the stage there, as we saw that back air not quite do the trick. Honestly, not even close to do the trick, if we're being honest, but we're looking for a lot of these conversions on these projectiles, which at this high of a percent are not going to work. We're seeing God Particle go for them over and over again, but you got to recognize at a certain point that those conversions just don't work anymore. You're too high percent. We got to start finding these raw hits, and that down air trying to do the trick, but yeah, getting a little bit too desperate there, and that actually is going to be the stock there. 2B pulling out the lead in what I would say is quite an unexpected turnaround.
Crazy trade to get the lead as well. They trade neutral air with the recovery, and now all of a sudden God Particle is really up against it. This is 44% quickly racked on. They have to find a way to take this kill, and Young Link is certainly not short in ways to do that. So 57% now. But 2B, every little bit of percent here is just extra credit, 61 now. And this is what I was saying at the beginning of the match. That auto reticle really going to help get that chip damage online if you need it. And Right now they do to try and seal this one out. And this one could be a 2-stock. They're trapped in the corner for the moment, shielding the down air, looking for another aerial, clipped by the neutral air, falling up air, and it will do the trick. And what seemed like a sure stock for God Particle is a 2-stock reversal for 2B.
Honestly, that was that was insane. I feel like I just watched a predator hide its fangs and wait for just the exact time, and then we saw Dewey just turn the jets on and never back down. Took that second stock at 189, by the way, and did not get touched for the entire rest of that last stock. God Particle just couldn't find the conversion. Like I mentioned, at a certain point, right, these Young Link conversions do not work. That boomerang is not going to combo into anything. And it felt like God Particle was just kind of lost. Like, again, like I mentioned, it can be pretty hard to kill with stray hits from Young Link. We saw back air at like 150 at center stage, not doing the trick, not even close to doing the trick. So you just have to keep racking on that percent until some of those moves are going to kill. But, I mean, just couldn't find him. It almost felt like they weren't used to looking for those stray hits.
Yeah, it's a long way back. You do have things that kill, but like you said, that you just have to kind of chip away until they do kill, and that's a long road. I mean, things like back air feels like it's going to take till 200, right? But sometimes that's the way you have to play it. That's one of the things about Young Link, and for this matchup, it feels like at least at God Particle, you can't stray from the path. At least you can't deviate the course, because that allowed 2B back into the game, and 2B getting that 0 to death at the end. I mean, always something to be said when you can play that well at that high of a percent. That is always noteworthy, and 2B able to hold on to that stock extends William & Mary's lead and really puts the pressure on the Huskies here for this second game. Like we said, they have to come up with a victory here if they're going to have any chance at a victory this week. Otherwise, the win will go to William & Mary, and right now, it's looking like it will, because they are one game away from closing it out. If they can get even a 1-stock here, I think it just barely puts them over that 16-point marker. But we'll have to see where they go from here. Stage selections and character selections are locked in, and we're jumping into game number 2.
Yeah, I think, that neutral game we saw coming out of God Particle was so good, but as we, kind of realized and figured out as the match went on, is if you get to those high percents, they don't kill, so we either have to see God Particle find these stocks earlier, while these conversions are still going to work, or just not get maybe so, I don't want to call it desperate, because I don't think God Particle is playing particularly desperate, it's just that you only have certain moves that are going to kill, and when you know what those are, and it seems like 2B is very familiar with this matchup, then it's just such a known quantity. I mean, you see 2B just kind of like throw out auto reticle 3 times in a row, but you got to do what works, and it feels like God Particle is strangely not prepared for the counter zoning coming out from 2B.
It's that overly aggressiveness. God Particle is just looking for ways to kill at the wrong moment, not going through the setup to get there in that portion of the game. We're still in the early parts of this one, a minute or so gone by, just about now, and God Particle is at 114 and nowhere to land. Jump use as well, they'll recover low this time. Snaps to the ledge, gets around the forward tilt this time around. Forward smash now puts 2B off stage, but they should be able to make it back without too much danger, I say, as a hail of projectiles goes over that ledge. 2B can't hang there for all too long. 57% on them, and they'll get in as well. And they find another creative kill here. The drag down neutral air into the up tilt this time.
I've heard that that's frame perfect, but I honestly don't believe that it is. Still, really good stuff coming out from 2B here. I just feel like we're watching a different player from that first stock in the first game. It was like we were just testing the waters and we were just getting tossed around by God Particle, but 2B's just had enough, it feels like, honestly. It's absolutely insane, the amount of adaptation. I'm always surprised every week, every time, by how much these players change their playstyle up to adapt to the circumstances. And I mean, 2B just not letting God Particle get away with anything. Looking for the forward slash there, but not quite going to find it. That is one of those moves that will raw kill, but I mean, you can't be swinging those so loosely or you might get punished for it. But I do like the idea here. It feels like 2B isn't committing super hard, throwing in a lot of auto reticle, a lot of those side Bs. So it's not a bad idea to throw out those raw kill moves so much, because it feels like you're not going to get punished too hard for them, but at the same time, they've got to be hitting at least, you know?
They've got to be a little bit more creative here. Back throw off stage, boomerang low, but 2B should be able to recover, and they do. Bomb will intercept that ledge option for the moment. Gets a good grab off the back of it. Falling up air. And 2B, these multi-hits too are just helping really tack on the damage. Neutral air will win for God Particle this time. 175 now on 2B, and we're back into that portion of the game that, like you said, you've got to find a way to take this stock or just continue to chip away. Wait for 2B to make a mistake. But it's so hard to do when you can afford to be so aggressive as Young Link with all these projectiles controlling the stage so well. But look at the slide off from 2B into the neutral air. Maybe a second one will do the trick. It will! With extra rage at 185, 2B's got a 3-1 stock lead.
And no amount of staling is going to stop that from happening. We are now at a higher percent than we were the first time. Again, looking for these conversions. I think God Particle's just got to realize that it's not going to happen. We got to be playing a lot more either greedy or safe. I don't know what the play is here, but forward throw will finally do the trick. We finally solved the problem. Honestly, if God Particle can get a hold of this neutral game and find those 80%, kill confirms, I could see this swinging at least to a one-stock differential, but 2B is just so much in control of the base right now. God Particle unable to get off this right side of the stage.
One stock to get it right, God Particle. Trying to find something here. Dash attack hits shield. Back air opening. Dash attack follow-up. Tried to get another back air, but 2B was able to jump away. Able to dodge around the grab as well. Up to 80% now. Looking for another opening. They'll set up the wall. The bomb will actually hit the auto reticle, and he gets back thrown off stage for the approach. Another cancel off the ledge, but unable to really connect on that neutral air. Up air will knock God Particle away. Now another falling up air. Gets shielded this time around. The explosive flare will do extra damage, and God Particle's up to 120. Looking for somewhere to land. They do connect the first bomb, but no follow-up. The arrow's unable to land, and that approach is just stuffed out. And that will be explosive flare taking another 2-stock for the side of William and Mary.
Honestly, really interesting that we do see that killer, because I feel like we saw for most of the set God Particle just dancing around those explosive flares very, very closely. I mean, Young Link does have a very small hitbox, and if you really know how to use it, I can definitely see it, just coming into circumstance, in handy in those circumstances, but not able to find it, and that one just barely going to graze the foot there, as we see, it just barely touches that back foot, playing a little too close to the sun, quite literally in this circumstance, and just gonna get absolutely blown up for it.
Gonna need some new shoes there, as that's what caused him to drop that final stock, and 2B helped secure the victory for William and Mary. We still got 2 more sets to play out here, as we do play out all 5 during the regular season. 18-0 lead, and this is more reminiscent, I think, of the William and Mary of old. They've gone through some recent struggles going up against some tough opponents. Last week took a loss to University of Hawaii, but they're back and revitalized, it feels like. This is a squad that is very, very dangerous, and showing why. They've got a lot of talent and a lot of depth, and they haven't even reached some of the newer faces yet. Reviex is a name that still, I think, comes to mind in terms of a lot of pressure on them to be, 4th or 5th in the character slots, and they've been going up against some top tier names. So we'll have to wait and see if they opt to go that direction, or maybe they give some newer players some time in the spotlight. But 2B, I mean, you talked about it, the adaptivity, the ability to flip that switch in game number 1 just took over the game because of it.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of Smash. I've watched a lot of Smash. I've played a lot of Smash. It's still very, very rare, I think, for me personally, to see that level of adaptation come out so quickly. But, oh my goodness, we're already going into our next game here. I wasn't even prepared for this. I was not paying attention. Yeah, they totally went through all the button checks and everything, and oh, they actually didn't do a button check. That was where, that's why it feels like it's so out of nowhere for us, the casters, because we actually skipped the button check for this one. But we do have Nate coming out for University of Connecticut on this Bowser versus Semi for William and Mary coming out on this core, and this is going to be absolutely miserable for Bowser. We're gonna have to see how Nate kind of deals with this big old sword just flinging all around, covering all the space.
Yeah, I always talk about how the heavies are, in theory, combo food, but when they go up against sorties, all that poke can be really difficult to deal with, just keeping you at arm's distance. And so far, Nate's struggling to get in. They do get in with an up B off the ground here, but Semi able to stall with that side B and able to knock them away once more. Parry on the back end. Another opening for Nate to get some good damage online here. With all that rage, they could potentially take a stock early here, but it's not going to be very easy. Another neutral air will stuff them out. Nate trying to land. I don't think he got to the platform. He'll have to up B to the ledge here instead. Roll behind, but no hitbox landed. And just run up smash will do the trick. Nate will take the first stock.
Yeah, run up smash will do the trick indeed. I'm not used to seeing that option out of Bowser's. That move is generally very committal and very easy to sour spot if you're not dead on with it, you know, calling out those jumps, but still really good stuff out of Nate here. And losing that first stock, I feel like it's kind of shaking Semi a little bit, able to finally find that pin, but not before taking 40%, but I mean, all things considered, I guess against a Bowser taking only 40% in extra credit is actually honestly pretty good. So, you know what? I take it all back. Kudos to Semi there.
Yeah, Semi able to get that stock back, and now they've got the combo game. Look at this quick 45, and they even chase him down to the platform. They'll call out that up B as well with the back air. 77% now, quickly racked up onto Nate this stock. Make that 99 thanks to a side B. They land on stage. They don't go back to that platform, or to the ledge, I should say. This time they recover high up to the platform, up to 110 before they knock Semi away. Holding shield for dear life with this forward smash, but it will poke through, and it will take the stock. 84%, Semi's got the lead.
That is the unfortunate reality of playing for shield up B plays, is that there are moves on corner that you cannot shield. That forward smash from close range is definitely one of them. Your best bet, if you feel like you find yourself caught in that situation, is probably to just let go and try to SDI out of it, but really, really difficult to do if you're just sitting there and holding shield. It's just, unfortunately, just a matchup check. It's just something you have to know playing the character.
Back airs will land. Semi look for a way to take this stock. His neutral air gets parried. Ooh, like the idea there from Nate to run off and go for that forward air, but Semi's got the drift. Now side B. Good stall there. Almost cost them, though. Another forward air will knock them away. Back to the ledge goes Semi. How do they get back? Just a normal get up, and no real option afterward going to find the mark here. Forward tilts galore here by Nate, and none of them have really connected. Semi just barely avoiding that gigantic fist. Now able to avoid that down B. That's a low shield for Nate. And finally, the forward tilt will connect there. Caught Semi jumping, and it's one stock apiece.
Yeah, I have a feeling this game is going to be closed out by Nate missing a very big read. I imagine that's how we're going to try to close this out on the Bowser. I mean, one good smash attack read could do the trick here, even at this low of a percent with this much rage. You know, you never know. So I imagine Nate's, you know, if they get a little desperate, are going to try to go for it. Kind of really is kind of the measure of a player, right? What do you do when you're backed into this corner? Do you try to take the easy way out, or do you grind through? So far, we're seeing the grind game come out. No crazy plays coming out from Nate, just playing nice and safe and simple so far. We're seeing that up tilt come out from Corn, but that is not a kill move down there. Surprisingly, going to work out, but no, unfortunately, you cannot occupy that airspace above Corn 4-3. You're going to have to take the up air tax, and it is going to cost you your life in this situation.
Semi takes game one stock apiece there. But I liked what we saw from both players overall. Semi seemed like they've got the combo game on lock here against Nate. They can get Nate up to those high percents, and they can find ways to take stocks too here, recognizing, hey, he's just going to hold shield. This is a perfect time to throw out forward smash and let that move do the work for me. But Nate also had some good adaptive options, kind of in the middle portion of that set, using the up B to sneak underneath that side B approach from Semi, also using things like the flame breath to stuff out that side B a couple of times. Even though it didn't always connect, it was another adaptation to help kind of buy themselves some reprieve.
Absolutely. I mean, I could see this going the other way in this game too. I think you know, a lot of the times we talk about what players can change, you know, whether it's a character swap or just a playstyle change or the adaptations that need to be made. I think we're in a situation where I think Nate knows what needs to be done, right? I think we saw it. We saw a lot of patience coming out towards the end of that last stock. I think, I mentioned that I'd imagine we're going to see this game end with a smash attack array. We did not see that notably, right? So I think that's really important, kind of speaks to Nate's character in their mindset as a player of, hey, slow and steady wins the race. We're just going to keep chipping, keep doing what we can, and try to avoid all the hits, which I personally like in a player.
Especially if they're starting to land some of these hits too. That neutral B will help even out that percent count. Good parry, but not able to really punish it. Tried to go for the side beat. I think it got spot dodged. Down air will land, sneaking that just left of the right platform of Pokemon Stadium. 87, now 95 off stage here, but they will be able to land for the moment. Shielding the side B once more. And the dance around the spacing here for both of them. Neutral air will land for Semi. Not going to be able to really follow up off the back of it here. Nate also trying to find a couple of these approaching aerials, things like back air, just kind of threatening space. Now off stage once more. Not going to be able to land that 2-frame with Semi and just run up side B. Not going to be able to take the stock quite yet though.
Yeah, this first stock is definitely going to be a pace setter for the rest of the game. If we can find, especially after an excruciatingly long stock one, what feels like an eternity for these two characters in particular, we finally see Nate secure that first stock. And if we can hold on to this lead, never mind, we're back to 0% apiece on two stocks. But good on Semi to find that stock early. That is not something, honestly, all night we have been seeing. We've been seeing people struggle to get that stock out in return and just take, 40, 50, 60% in extra credit. But, I mean, just keeping the composure and just turning around, getting the kill, that is what we need to see come out for these players.
Shows you how even it is between these two. Even in percent right now. Only 3% separate them. Battle for stage control is on. And I want to note that Nate's taken a couple of these stocks now between games 1 and 2 with just run-up option. Things like run-up up smash, run-up up tilt, run-up side B has been another kind of go-to of his. Just kind of catching Semi maybe in a little bit too much of a rinse-repeat pattern with these kind of fading back airs. But right now, Nate in trouble. Off stage once again. Able to roll back on and finds another side B. Can't reach the platform. Goes to the left side of the stage. Fade away once more, so Semi will make it back. How does Nate take this stock? Can he find one off the corner? No. The get-up attack will knock him away once again. Another run-up up tilt. Will not connect this time. Just barely misspaced it. Semi buying themselves some time, but you can't hang on that ledge forever. That's going to be that forward tilt taking stock number 2.
We have to see if we have a repeat of stock 1 where Semi can find the stock again, or if Nate can get a little bit of extra credit on the board. That's a good start. 13%, gonna turn into 25. Let's see what we can do with it. Gonna turn into probably about 50 to 60. There we go, 52%. And oh my goodness, I think we air dodge out there? Is that what happened? Because we definitely fell way too low. We're gonna have to watch the replay, for me at least, to know for sure. But I mean, really good stuff coming out from Nate there.
Really odd. Let's watch the replay. Air dodge away.
That is going to be it.
And I guess they thought they had their jump here, but I think they used it earlier on this approach. Yep, right there. But he does land here. So maybe, I don't know. They had their jump, but just misspaced the up B here, because they do land right there.
For sure.
But that air dodge to get out of the fire ends up costing them. And because of that, UConn are on the board, and we've got a game 3 between these two.
I mean, I got to imagine trying to air dodge to ledge there, right? But the flame breath just pushes you so far back sometimes. You're just way further away than you might intend, and then, you just get caught up, and you fall, and it happens. I'm not going to pretend that I'm in any different of a situation there. I don't survive that most likely, so I definitely don't blame Semi there for a little bit of an SD mistake there, but still, that is, like you mentioned, going to lead us to a game 3, gives Nate another chance at life here.
Another chance for UConn to cut into the lead that William and Mary have built for themselves. Those tiebreakers can prove costly, and no one knows that more than UConn. They were, I think, 1 game away, or really a tiebreaker away from entering the postseason, but could not get it done in the conference championships, and thus missed the league championship because of it. Nate trying to get back to stage here at 140. Unable to dip underneath that back air, though, with the up B. 31% here for Semi. This is a substantial lead especially if somebody can close this out. But these up airs are not killing the big heavy boy of Bowser right now. 172, but that down smash will, a move you don't see all that often, gets the job done.
Yeah, only 31% here. Bowser is definitely a character that can rack up percent, but I mean, this is a tough situation to be in. You're already so far behind your Bowser. Definitely a character that you kind of want to be trading with, right? You want to be maintaining that percent lead because you're not going to be doing any crazy combos or conversions to turn the game around. So, I mean, you're already kind of putting yourself on such a back foot as a character that just doesn't have the tools to really turn this around as efficiently as you might want him to.
My goodness, Nate with the call out, the up smash, gonna take that stock, just reading the neutral getup. And Nate, well, not a too big of a deficit right now, but they do have to find a way back in to help even this out. A bear will knock Nate away once more. How does Nate approach here? That sword is tough to fight through. Side B gets shielded, jumps, but the neutral air from Semi is just faster. Semi's got control underneath this platform, but he does get hit by the forward air, and it's just punch for punch, but these kind of one-for-ones are gonna go in Semi's favor in theory, as they're not getting hit too frequently. Back air shielded, but punished by the side B. Nate looking for another opening, and oh my mercy! A forward smash read on the air dodge is gonna give Nate the lead.
That will certainly do the trick. That is what I expected to see in game one after watching the playstyle of Nate, but we saw that slow down, methodical trying to play the neutral out, maybe thinking, hey, that didn't work out for me last time, let me just go for some big reads. Definitely, with that normal get up read with the up smash in stock 1, that forward smash air dodge read in stock 2. I mean, putting Nate in a pretty good position despite being fairly firmly on the back foot at the beginning of this game.
Now it's even on last stock apiece here in game 3. Nate's been pretty good about finding ways to creatively take some stocks here, but Semi has been in control of the early game. That being said, 74 to 63, it is dead even right now. And the way these percents are trending, I like the Bowser to survive a little bit more, but that being said, he's off stage here, no jump. He will have to up B back to the ledge and avoids the 2-frame. Now he's underneath the platform, runs up, gets that forward air. Now it's Semi off stage once more. These run-up options have been gold for Nate. The side B from Semi won't land. Down tilt into up air will. 117 to 88. Down air from Bowser does connect, but it's only the soft hitbox. Now run-up forward smash from Semi. Stealing the page out of Nate's book, nearly ends the game, but he survives.
Learning a little bit from that last time. Oh my goodness, that was a forward tilt might kill, but looking for the forward air still not quite going to do it here. This is, wow, that was fast. What I was going to say is that this is the percent that we've seen Bowser die at in this matchup a lot. We've been seeing these stocks go up to, 150, 160, 170, but I mean, yeah, we slowly rack that damage up and we find the pin sweet spot there to take that stock. Nate, quite frankly, putting up a hell of a fight for what felt like a very one-sided game going into the beginning of this game 3.
And Nate really made Semi work for those stocks. I mean, look at the percents that Nate dies at. 160, 170. Semi had to do a lot of work. But that is what you have to do as a heavy. You have to play that game. You have to live at these high red percents. But of all times, I mean, no kill spark here. It's the first time that Semi kind of gets, I'm not sure if that's a 2-frame or not, but it's really the first time that hitbox even connects. It is a 2-frame, but that's the first time that he was able to really get that timing down. And what a time to get it to help close out that series.
For sure. I mean, if you're going to hit that sweet spot pin, that was definitely the time. I mean, I certainly wouldn't have been expecting that 2-frame. Didn't even, like you mentioned, really didn't even go for it, honestly, that frequently on those ledges, more preferring to either ledge trap or just kind of go out there, look for the hits. But, I mean, when you have that option, you're not using it, that's going to do the trick. Going into this last match, though, it looks like we're going to have Cozy Wrath, not, different, two guys, two different people. And then, these names are killing me, like Reviex for William and Mary coming in.
Okay, so Cozy Wrath versus RevEX for our next set, and this one, so RevEX is the Greninja player that I mentioned earlier, a newer face to William and Mary, but a lot of trust put in him. He's constantly been that 4th or 5th man for William and Mary. When they need wins, they've turned to him. Last week he went me Brawler though, so we'll see which one he opts to go for this week. And as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Cozy Wrath is a player that's gone through a couple of different characters and is one of the more veteran names you'll see on UConn's roster, but they've typically been a master of the sortie, going from characters like Sephiroth to Roy to Sora. Shulk was the one that I think got a lot of points for them in last season's run, and early on this year I think was also in consideration. We'll see which one is the flavor of the week this week for Cozy Wrath.
Yeah, flavor of the week is definitely going to be the name of the game. Looks like the last time we saw Connecticut, we did have Cozy Wrath on the Shulk, but did lose that to Houdini, unfortunately, from University of Delaware. So we're going to have to see if we're sticking with this Shulk, or maybe, having a little bit of matchup knowledge here going in for a different character. But again, these are blind picks, so we are just going to have to find out.
So, in terms of, I'm curious to get your opinion on this, knowing that Cozy Wrath is typically a sword wielder, right? Going with the Shulk here. How does Greninja typically deal with sword characters, just in general?
In general, you swap characters because Greninja's not a high enough tiered character to really just plow through the bad matchups, but if you're forced to, I think a lot of the ways you're dealing with it is, we're already seeing it, that back air is kind of your best, quickest and best ranged move to deal with these swords, but Shulk is just a completely different story. I mean, one of the largest, if not the largest sword in the game here. I mean, it's going to be really, really hard for RevEX to deal with. I'd also like to see some more of those shurikens come out, those light charge shurikens, not very committal if you're throwing them out at, mid to long range. So at the very least, we do have a projectile to work around, but really not even seeing it at all in this game so far. Mostly looking for those approaching aerials. We see it there, but only for the ledge trap. We haven't really seen it in neutral.
91% here on Cozy Wrath. Buster about to go away. We'll see which art they swap to next, or if they will get a chance to. The answer is no. Sweet spot up smash gives RevEX the lead here. Speed art now online, but RevEX is continuing the chase down. Drag down up air. Tried to find another combo, but up B will break through there for Cozy Wrath. Quick switch there from jump to smash, but he will shield it, so RevEX not going to get punished off of that sequence, and dancing around the platforms here, just kind of waiting for that art to go away. Neutral B will also help. Sorties traditionally struggle with that projectile, but Cozy Wrath not too affected by it. That being said, they are going to have to find a way to take this stock, and RevEX getting creative with some of these approaches.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing the neutral be kind of peppered in a lot less than I would have expected, but hey, I mean, when you're winning the game, you're clearly the expert. I'm gonna, completely trust your knowledge in that regard. Not able to find the forward air off stage. Cozy Wrath still looking for this first stock off of RevEX, having a lot of trouble here. This is something that I didn't consider, honestly, is up smash for one. I don't think Cozy Wrath considered that either, going off the top of the stage, but that just raw jump height and raw, aerial drift and move speed from Greninja is going to be really, really hard for Shulk to lock down when we don't have access to these Monado arts.
An interesting sequence there off of Halo. Cozy Wrath drops down, goes to shield art, and then just kind of starts swinging, and RevEX says, no, I'm going to sit here on the corner. I don't want to deal with this. But does get caught by the Nair and does drop that opening stock. Shield art being used here, and not too much RevEX will get off the back of it, but now maybe a chance for another combo. These drag down up airs are really threatening. Cozy Wrath really struggling to get out of this defense right now. There's the jab lock dash attack. A second one, he does. Speed art and just barely getting pushed off the side there. That was likely another combo. RevEX looking for that fade away this time around. He tried to catch the roll, but just barely misspaced that up smash. 101 on Cozy Wrath, and smash art is out. The double-edged sword is online. Do they find a way to take the stock here? 68 gonna get stalled out instead. RevEX just choosing to disengage anytime they see red on Cozy Wrath.
which I think is absolutely a fair maneuver. Like we mentioned earlier, it can be pretty hard for ReviX to operate in that airspace while, you know, Shulk is swinging that big old sword around. I mean, I think ReviX has done a very, very good job of getting around it, but, you know, better safe than sorry. And I was literally going to talk about how we have not seen ReviX side B to ledge almost at all throughout this entire game, and we see it finally come out. You know, just when you think you're safe, you strike, right? That's always the play. You want to condition and then punish when you set up a behavior in your opponent. We've done just that. We've kind of shown that, hey, we're going to get a little creative with these up Bs, and maybe you could just hit me. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little frog. And then we see that Shadow Sneak come out and absolutely decimate Cozy Wrath's last stock.
Yeah, I don't know if that move would have killed if Smash Art was online, but with it on, I mean, Cozy Wrath was gone in the blink of an eye. So that one, kind of just barely a misstep by Cozy Wrath. But like you said, the trap was set, the conditioning was there, and thus capitalized upon by ReviX. So game number 2 now underway here, and Cozy Wrath sticking with the Shulk, running it back to PS2 here. We'll see if they can change things up this time around. Feels like ReviX, like you said, pretty solid understanding of what to do in this matchup, and the combo game also certainly helps. Shield Art will help Cozy Wrath get out of that combo for the moment. They get a grab off the back of it, forward throw and dash attack will chip some damage onto ReviX, but now, air dodge, good tech here from Cozy Wrath, and patience on that recovery, does not want to get pushed away by that flood from ReviX, so both players kind of very aware of each other's game plan at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely great stuff from Cozy Wrath there, being nice and patient after that tech. You see a lot of people mash that up B right out of the tech, and that is the trap that you don't want to fall for. And luckily, not going to happen here. Cozy Wrath doing a little bit of a reversal on the up B, most likely just trying not to, pineapple on the bottom of Pokemon Stadium 2. Very, very likely to happen for Shulk, but this Shield Art is going to ensure that at least for a little bit, this stock is safe, but the Shield Art is gone. We do not have access to it. Smash Art is a risky maneuver, but you're already at 130, and that actually would not have killed outside of Smash Art, so definitely going to backfire a little bit there as ReviX still only at about 60% here on their first stock.
Love the patience and the awareness from both these players, but particularly the patience from ReviX. In that moment, Cozy Wrath is going for every anti option, throwing out that forward smash, throwing out the, I believe it was up smash, or another option came out afterward, and ReviX just kind of waited off stage along that ledge, stalled it out, and then went in for that up throw went in for the up throw with Smash Art Online, which took that stock. Now he does get pineappled here, which means he drops his first stock, so it's back to even between the two of them, but ReviX's awareness right now on full display. There's another great tech from Cozy Wrath along the stage. Is able to recover, but only for a moment. Use the air dodge, use the jump. Now jump art, and there's another air dodge that will end up causing that stock to be dropped. So ReviX, that looming threat off stage, gonna get another one on the board for it. 2-1 now, and Cozy Wrath looking for any way to answer back here, but they're getting a little antsy here. They're trying to find these grabs. They're trying to find these forward airs, but they're getting punished for it. They're already up to 31, and they cannot find their way out of this corner.
Again, amazing usage of the Shadow Sneak here. We're barely seeing them come out in neutral and on the recoveries, but when we see the Shadow Sneak come out, they're used to such great effect there. Right there, basically, is we're going for the tech chase with it right there. And I think now we're just getting a little fancy with it, but I mean, we saw it at the end of Cozy Wrath's second stock. Basically, was forced to air dodge there. There was no choice. You either get air dodge or get hit by the Shadow Sneak. Now, I think you neutral air dodge and don't go for the directional so you can just recover directly afterwards, but still, I mean, fantastic stuff coming out from ReviX. Just the patience to not just throw these moves out all the time, and recognizing that Shield Art is great for juggling, getting a second up air in there. Hey, a little more percent, I'm not going to say no to that. 114 here for Cozy Wrath. This is absolutely within stray hit range, but most likely we are going to see ReviX look for some kind of conversion drag down to get the stock, but but not before Cozy Wrath takes another one off the board.
They find a read with that forward smash, and they do get another stock. So it's one stock apiece now, but a lot of work to be done for Reviex. Quick 43 racked on. Buster Art still online here, but that's another grab coming through. Forward throw, stalling out. Good dip down low, and Reviex will not give him another chance. Back air will seal it away, and Reviex will take the series.
Yeah, I mean, one of the very few characters that gets to go that low and still get back to the stage for free there, using that perfectly to their advantage. I really did like that up there. I think a lot of people maybe go for the back throw there, just trying to get the stage control, but recognizing that smash art is going to just, force that out and just be done with that stock. I mean, fantastic stuff. Also really good with, little Shuriken turnaround. I saw that. Don't think I didn't see that, Reviex. We will unfortunately not have an interview coming out from William and Mary, but Soya, I think I don't think this was quite the same as last time where it was 3-0 but close, but still a couple fantastic games, a lot of great players coming out tonight. I think we saw some good Smash.
It was very good. I mean, both squads put up a good fight, but I think overall, William and Mary, I think that loss last week to Hawaii kind of lit a fire under them. They needed a big win, and they got one here. And UConn were just kind of victims of circumstance. They're still trying to find their way, as a lot of newer faces on this squad are, new to the EGFC and trying to find, their bread and butter, trying to find their footing. As they fall here 27-2 to William and Mary, but a big win for the tribe. UConn, you can see that there is potential with this group. You can see that there's a high ceiling, but the small things, the slight errors, the slight over-aggression here or there, just one thing to tweak, and all of a sudden this could be a very even series. But in all 5 series, William and Mary find a way to get the job done and get a massive win off the back of it.
Yeah, like you mentioned, at this level of play, it is really all about those minute details that can make the difference between a good player and a great player. But, I mean, still, great stuff from William and Mary. We definitely saw who the better team was tonight, but there's more weeks to come. But we don't have to think about the weeks to come. We got more games to come tonight. We still have one more match coming up for you. You don't want to go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss the rest of the Smash. See you in a bit.
The George Washington University, at the intersection of policy, practice, and research, connecting all that Washington has to offer with an intellectual environment that drives progress, transforming vision into action, offering learning experiences that are rigorous, real-time, and real-world. In a city shaping the future, George Washington is a place where faculty and students don't just study the world, they work to change it.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the EGFC. We are here for our last match of the night, which means it's time, Hawaii time. University of Hawaii stepping into the ring, going up against George Washington. So this one should be a fun one. Hawaii, they're coming off of their first real win of the EGFC season last week, although they've had 2 forfeit wins, so they are one of the undefeated teams remaining here at EGFC. And they're going up against the up-and-coming George Washington squad that's always got a lot of depth and brings a lot to the table here. And we're starting off with a bit of a ranged battle here for our first match of the night. Snake versus Me Gunner, and those names we'll get momentarily, but this is a matchup that feels very awkward to see to start off the night, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, there's no reason that anyone would know this, but I mean, Me Gunner is what I made my Collegiate Smash debut playing. So, Me Gunner always after my own heart a little bit, and there's always going to be this mini game right at the beginning of fighting someone's me. Unless you're sitting in bracket and you watch them make the character, you're gonna be like, okay, let's see, what the moveset is. Looks like we've got the up B that does not have a hitbox, but is probably the best recovery. We've got the mine down B, and then basically the Samus moveset for the rest of it. So pretty standard, I think, for a lot of Me Gunners, especially if you look at kind of the larger Me Gunner meta, so I don't think there should be anything terribly surprising here. Snake, of course, very well-known entity in the world of Smash Ultimate, so like you said, this is going to be a ranged battle, but I do think Snake tends to have the edge on a lot of these spacers, but not in this circumstance. Quick little uppie, that rising back air is not going to connect against a character so short.
Is Cypher able to take this first stock? And it's something that we'll touch on a little bit later. But these are 2 squads that not only is there a lot of depth to them, but they're very well coached. There's always that third eye who plays a big influence in terms of the lineup and the matchups that they play into. So seeing these 2 as the blind picks are interesting to take note of. But that being said, Gardenia gets 1 stock back. Gardenia, we saw them last week. Very solid performance. Big character switch up. They went Ridley game 1. But the Snake battled back to help them win that series in last week's duel. And Cypher, we really haven't gotten to see this year, but been pretty good when they've entered the ring, especially on this Me Gunner. And so far, with at a % deficit, holding center stage for a moment, now they opt to fade away. Cypher's been pretty good about using kind of cheeky movement to get in and get some chip damage on Gardenia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everything this character does can be B-reversed, wave bounce, whatever you want to call it. All of them, honestly. Not really going to help out in this circumstance. Only 93 on Snake here. So we are going to have to find this stock sooner rather than later. This is going to start getting out of hand. But like you said, the cheeky movement, everything can, be whatever. All these movement options for changing the aerial momentum. Plus you have that forward air that's going to bounce backwards a little bit as well. So many options for this character to move around in the air, and that up smash again is going to take Gardenia's second stock. We're going to have to see if Cypher can pull out the third stock in the same way, but I mean, these projectiles are just racking up percentage for both of these players. It seems like both of them are kind of in the camp that it doesn't matter as long as mine hit. And we're going to have to see kind of who wins that exchange. It would be Gardenia, but we survive and hang on.
Gardenia hanging out under these platforms, could be looking for that up tilt. Would kill with now all this rage, you would think. 104 to 109, but they got to find a way back to the center stage. They're on the ledge now. The Cypher helps knock out some of these projectiles, but they land, and there's no aerial that will help them. The up smash connects, and Cypher takes game 1.
Yeah, I think there's no way around it. We are not prepped for that up smash. We saw it take every stock the first time, right? Going for this rising back air, I believe it was, and just, couldn't connect. It feels like we're not accounting for Me Gunner's height here. A very, very short character. Again, that fast fall. Oh, well, that time we just misspaced the back air. But still, I feel like we're just not accounting, and we're going to see it here. I do think it's going to be, the roll and then rising back air is just going to get eaten alive by that up smash. We got to be more aware of the space that Me Gunner is inhabiting, which is something that, this character has over pretty much every other long-range fighter character that's going to be spacing and using projectiles to, keep the area controlled, is that Mii Gunner's just so small compared to all of them, right? You think of Samus, you think of Snake, a lot of tall characters that have pretty wide hitboxes, but it's just not the case for this Mii Gunner.
Cypher able to take full advantage of it. That being said, very close. 104 to 120 by the time that up smash actually connects. So Cypher able to take game one off of kind of a miscue, it feels like, from Gardenia, but still able to take it. Now they're one game away from taking the opening set here. Gardenia, you've already kind of touched on it, just needs to be a little bit more aware with those aerials. Maybe just stall out a little bit longer on using some of those. Like you said, that back air, it's a decent idea, but not going to be able to land against a shorter character like Mii Gunner. For Cypher, though, in order to try and clean this up and get a little bit more of an edge, I feel like overall they've got some good movement in to get good damage, but it still feels like they are a little reliant on that up smash to kill because, like you said, they got all 3 stocks from it. Outside of that, didn't really see great edge guards. Gardenia was able to dodge around everything. Couldn't really land things like forward smash or up air to help track them down. So I'm worried about the kill options later if this up smash doesn't continue to connect.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the downsides to this moveset. You do have a great move in that charge shot, very, very versatile, but like you mentioned, on those ledges, we were seeing Gardenia slip by a lot of the time, and that is kind of something that Mii Gunner can struggle with, especially if you don't have, that neutral B grenade. That arc and then that kind of delayed explosion is, chef's kiss beautiful, right? Fantastic for ledge trapping and edge guarding. Both, can do everything depending on how you space it, but it doesn't, it's not as versatile as a charge shot is, so it's not necessarily that it's a bad choice to have the charge shot. It's just that, like you mentioned, I think we have to play around it more at the ledges, using it to, threaten the kill move with it as opposed to just kind of launching them willy-nilly.
Yeah, we did see, good coverage overall, and it did almost land, I believe it was once or twice, I want to say. At least one got air dodged by Gardenia, and it was kind of a last resort, clearly his last option in the book. So good awareness by Gardenia to recognize the scenario and get around that move. But that charge shot, I think, is going to play a key factor as this series goes on. They're going through, I believe, picks and bans for stages now. So Gardenia, a newer face to this Hawaii squad, but a high ceiling for them, and as shown in last week's matchup, an adaptive player. They dropped game one, but they're able to stick things out with this Snake and battle back in games 2 and 3 and win their series. So we'll have to see if that adaptivity comes through here, as we're hearing in our headsets and you guys as well that we're locked in. Game number 2 about to get underway. Characters stay the same, and I believe the stage, we'll see it momentarily, is the same as well.
Yeah, listen, PS2, we always get those runbacks again and again. Very common, for better or for worse, depending on who you talk to. Interesting that the rising back there from Mii Gunner is going to hit, but not from Snake. Against that taller character that is against it, you're going to have to keep in mind going forward. Looks like we're still throwing out a lot of these aerials, though. The dash tech coming out as well. That is a way to deal with that Mii Gunner, is throwing out those, wide hitboxes at a close range. So maybe that will end up playing a factor. We're still seeing a pretty even game, though, as we get into these mid-percents.
73 right now on Cypher. Threw out another up smash there, and that was as Gardenia got knocked away. Holding grenade once more. Gardenia on the right side of the stage, able to get to the ledge, but there the charge shot connects and it nearly killed. Now up to 130. Gardenia's got to land, and again the charge shot will find the mark. So Cypher using that charge shot, like we mentioned, a little bit smarter, catching the landing of Gardenia, and built up a substantial lead, but can they get anything off the back of it? Another charge shot. That's 3 for 3, 24% now on stock number 2. Low recovery means that Gardenia won't be able to really challenge. Cypher playing this a bit smarter right now in game number 2.
I'd definitely say, I think maybe they heard us say that you got to hit those charge shots, because like you mentioned, 3 for 3 so far, been using them fantastically. Looks like we're going to see... Oh, you have the high recovery here to try to deal with the side B. Unfortunately, not going to be enough. We still find the ledge, though. Looking for the up tilt. Not going to find it, but that delayed forward tilt, no. Actually won't do the trick. I'm genuinely surprised, but Meat Gunner is a heavier character, and we're going to fall out of that up smash. This is just a cacophony of errors. I don't understand how Cypher keeps falling out of these moves, but somehow they do.
And they're surviving because of it at 174. And Gardenia now is in a bit of trouble. 105 on their stock right now. Tossing these grenades, looking for another opening. Dash attack will come through, but it won't be able to get the job done. Up B through the platform, and Gardenia just a second late to react there. That up air unable to connect. And there's another up smash, this time catching the roll, the very last hitbox, able to do the trick. Following it with the up tilt, Gardenia will get one back, but still, it's a full stock lead now for Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, pretty commanding lead right now, like you mentioned, able to hold on to that first stock, goodness gracious, for so long. Another charge shot coming out and finding the mark. Feels like we haven't been seeing the charge shot charge that often, and when we do see it, fully charge, it fires pretty quickly like we just saw there, but, I can't really find fault in it when they are finding their marks.
118 right now on Gardenia. Oh, and again, that multi-hit. Just barely, if that last hitbox connects, that's likely to stock. But instead, Gardenia gets to survive for the moment. Low recovery here, and Cypher dipped too low. Got a little too fancy with it, I guess, and they'll just run over and get an up smash off a Halo. So it's a JV2, another point on the board, but Cypher cleans up the first set of this series.
Yeah, JV2 not going to be worth 2 points, but maybe you get 1 point for style there. Certainly don't think that's going to come into play in the final tallies, but always good to note if you're keeping score at home. I mean, yeah, just unfortunately, just completely missing the ledge there. I mean, we just got a little too comfortable off the side of the stage there. You're going to see, the jump up, and then we, jump forward, fade backwards with the down B, and it's just, you just get lost in the sauce a little bit. But yeah, we saw a lot of these charge shots landing, but still, overwhelmingly, this up smash was how we found these kills. Kind of honestly insane how much Gardenia got caught by them.
Got caught a lot, but it is a bare minimum victory here, but a victory nonetheless for George Washington. 4 points added to the scoreboard, so off to a solid start. And good stuff to Cypher. I mean, again, we talk about these two teams a lot in terms of depth of the roster. These are two teams, Hawaii in particular, it feels like every year they bring 15-ish players to their roster. And the fact that you only play 5 a week means that not everyone's going to see a lot of time. And George Washington is along similar veins. It feels like they normally are fielding a roster of 10 plus. And you don't typically get to see everyone all that frequently, and here Cypher gets their first appearance of the season and looks pretty solid in the process, getting a victory over Gardenia. We'll have to see who these schools opt to send in next, because like I mentioned, both of these teams are known for having that coaching in the background, that developmental process kind of aiding them along, and so it tells me that this is a very kind of thought out team for both sides, especially when it comes to characters or players in the lineup here. So we'll have to see who Hawaii opts to counterpick with once George Washington's player is locked in.
Yeah, looks like we've got Republican Animal Crossing coming in for George Washington University versus Darth Wampa themselves coming in for Hawaii here. I mean, Wii Fit Trainer versus, I'm going to forget who Darth Wampa plays, but I feel like Robin, if I'm remembering correctly.
That's it's Link, the other sortie that's projectile based.
Hey, listen, it gets mixed up a little bit. I know they had a Robin historically. I don't know if they are still with the team or not. I've not actually seen them this year. Also, they have barely played this year.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they had 2 forfeits. It's real life. Stuff happens. It is what it is. But we're at least going to get to see this matchup here. This is This is a weird one. I will say Wii Fit versus Link, both characters that I feel like a lot of people in the back of their heads are scared of because it's like off meta enough, but still good enough that it's a threat, but not one that you see often enough that you're really prepared for the matchup here. So we're gonna have to see how this plays out and see if these players are just ready for what the other character can do.
Yeah, and it's not like there's a ton of experience for either team, although there's a depth of roster for both of these schools. In terms of that character in particular, Hawaii doesn't really have a Wii Fit trainer, and George Washington, to our knowledge, doesn't have a Link player, and so those are going to be it's uncharted territory, I think, for both. Republican Animal Crossing also has in the past gone a couple different characters. Typically, the one that comes to mind is the King Dedede. He's gone a couple rounds with the King Penguin in game ones and such. But if things go awry, we've seen the Wii Fit come out last week, or last times we've seen them. The Wii Fit's been the more frequent pick, so it's likely the expected player here. And Darth Wampa, I always say Darth Wampa, they're one of the veteran captains of this Hawaii Rainbow Warriors squad. And their record doesn't reflect how strong of a player they are. Darth Wampa was often tasked, especially early on in seasons 3 and 4, I want to say, with going up against some of the best in the EGFC, constantly being placed, 4th or 5th in the lineup, going up against players like Jay Grubb, going up against players like Davey, going up against some of the best of the best on some of these squads if you're empowering players. So Darth Wampa, certainly a battle-tested veteran, going up against Republican Animal Crossing, who doesn't have a ton of games played in the EGFC, but you can see that they're a very talented player. There's a high ceiling for them. Oh, but that's not the start you're looking for that high ceiling.
A very talented high ceiling player. I would be pressed to agree there. I think had that not exactly happened at the perfect time, we'd be having a different conversation. So I will pretend as though it hadn't happened and still continue having that conversation. I agree. I do think Republican Animal Crossing is absolutely a very talented player, but this young Link is looking pretty strong here if you've been with us for the entirety of tonight, and I don't blame you if you haven't been, but I'll refresh your memory just in case. We did see another young Link tonight. That was God Particle, I believe. Did not get to win their set, but honestly, we are seeing Darth Wampa follow through with a lot of the same kind of neutral playstyle where I mentioned it back then and I'll mention it again now. A lot of young Links will get either caught on comboing or caught on zoning, and they will kind of just not really transition between the two very easily. But we're seeing Darth Wampa kind of flow between the two states pretty readily. I am definitely liking that this young Link looks very practiced and, ready to change the game plan if something's not working.
Well, it feels like for Darth Wampa, Young Link is not one they've actually typically brought out. They're typically just what is it? The normal Link, neutral Link, however you want to say it. Link has been their
Breath of the Wild Link.
The Breath of the Wild Link has been their character, and so a lot of the bread and butter is still there, as they've now got a 3-1 lead thanks to that forward air. But Republican Animal Crossing, you saw some good ideas. They're able to take the stock back. So now it's 2-1 here, and you can still see that the general idea for Darth Wampa is still there, right? Boomerangs, bombs, arrows, but it's just solid control. And Republican Animal Crossing is taking a minute here to try and figure out a way to weave through this. Hasn't quite figured out the spacing, but once they get in, you can see there's some good damage, some good combos. You're able to sneak in with some of these tilts and even the aerials too. I love that ability to get underneath the down air that Darth Wampa threw out in terms of recovery. They snuck in and got an up air underneath. It didn't lead to a kill, but that pressure is certainly worth noting. That being said, Republican Animal Crossing right now, up against the corner here, 87% here, and Darth Wampa only sitting at 79, and maybe forgetting that the shield is a factor.
Yeah, that does stop that a little bit of spaghetti at the ledge there, unfortunately, but Darth Wampa still firmly in control of this game. That forward tilt could secure the stock, and indeed the down air follow-up will, but still 107%. We really needed that third stock here. I mean, it's looking like I might have been smoking too soon. Maybe getting a little bit fancier, looking for the spike, not going to find it, but still wrapping up percent at honestly quite a quick rate considering we're not even using deep breathing currently.
You know, right now, doesn't get deep breathing this time. We'll still be able to recover. But how does he get out of the corner? 143. Maybe he runs out of time. He will. The neutral air will carry him just far enough off to the left. Darth Wampa will take game one and get the Rainbow Warriors on the board. But I do think, I mean, you're right. Deep breathing needed to come out there, but that extra stock was needed by Republican Animal Crossing. I will give credit to Republican Animal Crossing, though. In situations like that replay you just saw, it's the ability to kind of cover two things at once. That neutral B seemed very odd, but it did cover the jump high, and then the follow through on the down air low. It feels like Republican Animal Crossing, once they've got Darth Wampa in disadvantage, they've got a pretty good idea of how to get either damage on the board or to take the stock. They just have to get through the defense that Darth Wampa puts up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's going to be one of the hardest parts of fighting Young Link, right? Is even when you get close, it can be really, really hard to get in. The movement is always there. You know, we have these hitboxes throwing out. A lot of the times the sword is a factor, but I will say, I think Republican Animal Crossing was quite consistently outspacing that sword, which was honestly very impressive for a character like Wii Fit. They don't have the worst hitboxes in Reach, but certainly not the best. So the fact that we were able to find a lot of those hits through the down airs and the up airs is, you know, pretty impressive and pretty telling from Republican Animal Crossing. I think we just need to not lose that first stock, quite frankly. There's just no way around it. That definitely cost them the game there.
Yeah, I mean, if you add that stock back, I mean, it's a much closer game, and it's a lot harder for Darth Wampa because, he SD'd it. I mean, practically zero. And so, I mean, that one hurts, but it's one that you got to fight through now, and Darth Wampa gets a game off the back of it. Darth Wampa now has the chance to adjust their game plan as well, having seen two stocks of Republican Animal Crossing. So we'll have to see, I guess, how they opt to play things out. Is there an easy way? I mean, not from what we saw for Republican Animal Crossing to kind of weave in and get through that wall of projectiles, because obviously, once you land one hit, feels like Republican Animal Crossing has the general knowledge and the execution to be able to get good damage on the board. But like you said, they have to get through the hardest part of the game against Young Link, which is those projectiles, the boomerang, the arrow, the bomb, which Darth Wampa is placing pretty consistently in really difficult spots for RAC to work with.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that is not an accident. That is 100% on purpose. And just really quick before we get in this game too, I do want to mention, because it makes me mad every time I see it, guys, normal get up and then rolling is not a good tempo mix-up. You just make yourself really, really easy to hit. Please stop doing it. That is how we lost that last game. And I see it so much from players who have so much talent that they're like, they think it's going to be a nice tempo mix-up. It just doesn't work out that way. It ends up, you're just, very hittable for a very long amount of time. Sorry, very big pet peeve of mine. I had to mention it, but already looking pretty good for Darth Wampa going into this game too. Kind of how we saw game one go. We saw this kind of lead start to develop for Darth Wampa, and then around here is where we saw Republican Animal Crossing unfortunately fall off the stage. So, without that SD in the way, we're gonna have to see how this game plays out throughout the rest of these stocks.
Deep breathing now online for Republican Animal Crossing. They could potentially take the stock very early with all the rage they've built up too. Trying to chase them down with that falling up air. Like the idea, but not gonna be able to do the trick quite yet. Shielded that neutral B again, and Darth Wampa holding for now, but the bomb will actually do damage to themselves. Forward tilt nearly kills here. Low recovery from Republican Animal Crossing, but nowhere to go that time around. The bomb was placed, the trap was set, and the up smash will connect.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. Sometimes it's just as simple as standing at roll distance and up smashing, and sometimes it's just as simple as hitting the other guy off the stage. Oh my goodness, 50% coming from seemingly nowhere. I don't even know. We're at 80 already. This is how we kind of saw that last stock play out last game, where had Republican Animal Crossing not given up, forfeited that first stock, we could have seen it go a very different way. This is kind of that world we're seeing, right? It felt like it was very back and forth, and then, we just got a bunch of percent racked up, and, to Darth Wampa's credit, they very quickly made up that deficit, but if that happens again on the third stock, that could spell, a lot of trouble for Darth Wampa.
Relatively even in terms of percentage. That bomb will connect. And now things starting to pull away as Darth Wampa able to string together some hits there. Bombs galore to forward air. So Darth Wampa now building up a substantial lead here, and all of a sudden that adaptivity and creativity is getting punished here from Republican Animal Crossing. They're already up to 71%. That's just death. They got their jump taken, I believe, and the up B doesn't have the height. Darth Wampa swings back to stock victory in game 2.
Yeah, really good stuff there. I mean, I can't help but notice how Republican Animal Crossing just could not get their feet back on the ground. It felt like at a certain point in this game, Darth Wampa was just all over the aerial movements, and it's like we were waiting for this exact moment, because, I mean, we just couldn't get down. We really just couldn't get down. It ate our jump there. The bomb, we trying to go low, we bombed it, and it ate the jump. The up B not going to be enough to do it. Just really, really good stuff coming out from Darth Wampa to recognize that, yeah, I do think Republican Animal Crossing was stalling out in the air a bit too much. I understand that the character is very good at it, but realistically, you gotta refresh your jumps at some point, and when you're not doing that, and especially on a character like Wii Fit, where you do float down relatively slowly compared to a lot of the cast, you just get hit for free for it.
It is very odd, too, because often you think of Wii Fit as a character who can kind of spend a lot of time off stage, but like you said, not able to refresh the jumps and getting caught out. It's also very odd because in situations like that stock, for example, right, Republican Animal Crossing just unable to get back down to the floor on a character that, I mean, it's not like Young Link doesn't have juggles, but it's not conventional, right? It's not just like a character who's just going to be like, all right, I'm going to double jump and up air you and string together up airs. It's, a little bit different, right? But still, Darth Wampa's ability to chase down Republican Animal Crossing, I think, like you kind of pointed out, being the big difference maker there, and able to get the stock off the back of it. So very solid, and a big bounce back win. Darth Wampa struggled previously in last week's matchup, so to get back into the win column for them is a good sign, and because of that, now the Rainbow Warriors, they have the lead 5-4 as we get ready for set number 3.
Yeah, we're going to have to see who George Washington University wants to bring in to kind of slow the tide here. I know we talk about snowballs a lot in this series. That's because, you've got 5 matches, right? Those first 2 matches are very, very crucial to determining kind of your momentum going into the last 3. And when we see these situations where you lose game 1 but win game 2, it's really important to have a strong momentum going into game 3 to carry you through, right? Any 2 sets in a row. No matter where they are in the sequence of games, but specifically within the first 2 or first 3 are so important to kind of gliding out for the rest of the series.
Momentum can play a huge factor, right? Dropping 2 series in a row. It is important to note that George Washington do get the counter pick in terms of player selection here, but still, it's going to be, I believe, do we have the names yet? No, not quite yet. Oh wait, no, we do have one name locked in here, and it's going to be Small Left. So Small Left, we heard from the interview last week with Dark Musician from University of Hawaii that Small Left was the player they were extra excited about. I mean, this player has been top of Hawaii's PR for a while, they said, but hasn't had the chance to compete at the collegiate level. This is their first year being able to do so, and so now to see them here is I think this is typically, I think, where you're gonna see Hawaii use this Pyramith Remain, is in this third spot where the tides can change very rapidly, and the pace of the matchup is kind of dictated by what happens here.
Yeah, again, like we mentioned, this is going to be very, very important for momentum. I think if Hawaii can take this, I wouldn't call the match over. I think the points are still close enough, but I definitely give them a lot of favor with riding off of that 2-win break there. But I mean, George Washington could absolutely, just grind this to a halt, bring us back to essentially a tie game, because even though, yes, technically George Washington University would be in the lead, we haven't seen, if they win this third set, we wouldn't have seen any team take 2 in a row. And that just makes it feel so much more back and forth than maybe the points actually represent.
Also, if this goes awry for George Washington, I talked about the importance of counter picks between these two. This would be a counter pick gone awry for George Washington if they lose this set, which means that the game plan is slightly off kilter and they have to retry now with only 2 sets left to go. So big kind of turning point here for these two teams in terms of a player that, for both sides could also be a big game changer. George Washington, we look through their squad. They've gotten to play against a couple of tough teams out of the Eastern Conference here, and they're a squad that, again, feels like they've got an upset factor about them when it comes to these big name matches, but haven't ever quite hit that championship stride. I mean, they've gotten wins against some big titles. They've beaten Mississippi State the year they won the championship. They've, I believe, taken a set off of University of Delaware, or at least off of I want to say it was either Delaware, or I'll have to go back through the history books to find this one, but either Delaware or DePaul when they were one of the titans of the EGFC. So they have that upset factor about them, but it's about that consistency week in, week out. Sometimes you get those upsets, but then drop one to one of those other uprising teams. And so because of that kind of inconsistency, George Washington have always been a bubble playoff team, 9-7 in season 3, and I believe last year, just barely missed the playoffs with a very, very similar record. So we'll have to see if the depth can step up here as we get ready for this third set.
Yeah, if I've said it once, I've said it a million times. You can train to beat the top player all you want, but you have to beat the 2-2er in front of you to get to that point even. And like you mentioned, if you're not finding that consistency, it doesn't matter how high your peaks are if your valleys are just as low. You really need to be able to find that middle ground, find your comfort, and stick to it. And it looks like we are getting a player, for George Washington. It looks like it's going to be Cajun Lady coming out as the counter pick.
Yeah, so Cajun Lady also previously had gone under the tag Kimonito. So this is the Rosalina Luma player for the side of George Washington. These name changes, we've seen a couple of name changes that have gotten confusing at times. But Cajun Lady is a very practiced Rosalina Luma player, very, very solid. In fact, one of the winningest players in George Washington's time here at EGFC. So 2 big names in theory here going up against each other, and we get to see sort of a top tier matchup of sorts, right? Pyramithra obviously well documented in the success they've had, but Rosalina Luma, I mean, think of the Buzz. I mean, they've gone up against this character before, so maybe we see some of that kind of gameplay or game plan implemented.
We've got the Buzz. There's probably some guy in Japan who plays Rosalina. any character that's like vaguely top tier that you think is like kind of good, there's probably some guy in Japan who's upset a top player with that character. That's just kind of the way that region tends to go. But I mean, there's 2 very distinct Rosalina and Luma styles of play. Kind of like how I've talked about with the Youngling, 2 very distinct styles. Actually, it's basically the same thing. You kind of go for, your balls to the walls combos, setting up the Luma to get these really interesting juggles, or you just use the Luma as an extension of yourself so you can cover 2 spaces of the stage at once. And, with Rosa, with just those massive sweeping hitboxes, especially on the aerials, can cover so much space if you're spacing that Luma correctly. But I think what really differentiates players is how they act when the Luma is gone. Do they retreat? Do they play it safe? Or do they press that advantage? Because a lot of people are not expecting the Rosa to push in that disadvantaged state. But I think historically, especially in the EGFC, I'd say, we have seen a lot of Rosas who choose to, opt for that more aggressive playstyle in that, seemingly disadvantaged state that they're in.
Yeah, I agree. We haven't seen a ton of Rosalina Lumas, but, they almost I always talk about how players who are able to play at high percents and just kind of have that solid defense about them, not get hit too frequently, and still, tack on, be it extra credit or just start to work that comeback back is very notable. And Cajun Lady absolutely feels like that type of player that at the higher percents, they can still kind of keep their game plan consistent and not, be overly aggressive and want to use their rage or, play too passive and wait for too many mistakes. It feels like their game plan is solid, whether they're a 0 or 100. So it'll be interesting to see how Small F tries to counter this too with the Pyra Mithra that's been their bread and butter. Mithra obviously has that speed about them that they can probably use quick burst options to try and knock Luma off stage, but also you get hit in the wrong spot. I mean, Rosalie and Luma, that trap can get set very quickly and efficiently, and that's a character that can die very early for Pyra Mithra.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the speed at which Rose and Luma can set up those ledge traps, I think, is deceptively fast. I think you especially if you're good with the Luma, right? You've got that spacing down, perfect, and you're nice and practiced. You can set up that ledge trap in an instant. There's no Steve putting down a TNT on the platform and then setting up at roll distance, right? There's no me gunner throwing, the down B on the platform and then starting to ledge trap with the neutral B. It's just, you throw the Luma and you're there, right? You're ready to cover the jump, you're ready for the normal get up, you're ready for the roll, you're ready for all the standard, interactions that you might have to deal with. So getting off the ledge is definitely going to be tricky here, and it's going to, determine, I think, whether or not we lose these stocks early, as Pyra Mithra, absolutely a character that can 100% be abused off the side of the stage.
Can they get to that portion of the game? That is the question. Small F versus Cajun Lady. 5-4 scoreline. Game number 1 of set number 3 underway. That side B quickly taking Luma off the board. That's one of those quick burst options that I mentioned that's going to be able to get rid of Luma very easily. Cajun Lady unable to really be getting out of defense here, just that speed taking over. And it is also noteworthy that, with Pyra on the field, you can take stocks very quickly onto Rosa. They're not a very heavy character, so that kill power with Pyra, very notable, especially with that distance, and they're able to take that stock, and it's a pretty significant lead considering Small F is only at 3% and still just continually juggling Cajun Lady.
Yeah, this is a gentle reminder to all of you watching at home that Small Left is on Hawaii PR and is in fact at the top of it. So just in case you didn't quite believe in it or just thought maybe it's a number, we're kind of seeing it in action right now. Cajun Lady, quite frankly, just lost in the barrage of hits, and that's the effect that Mithra can have, moving so quickly and throwing out those hitboxes so recklessly. Oh my goodness, trying to get the up B off there, recognizing that the up smash and the up air probably weren't going to land, but I do like Small Left being ready to swap back to that Mithra just to try to get that advantage state going again, and it does work out. We do find this side B off stage only 64. We're looking at a 3 stock building here. We'll see if Cajun Lady can take 1, maybe 2 off the board.
Small just playing so smart, and these juggles continue to rack on that early damage and build this lead. 56, Luma will intercept for the moment, but look at this. 70 now on Cajun Lady. Back air will help. Pyra is out at 89%, knocked off stage. Lingering hit of that Nair will help connect, but that is going to be down air. Oh, the up B! If that splash connected, that was likely the stock. Cajun Lady really up against it. 121 here. The roll in, gonna get caught there by the forward tilt. Pyra will clean things up. Small F's got a 3 stock in game 1.
Yeah, that is a great way to start off this match. We need to see some serious heavy adaptations coming out from Cajun Lady to make a very big difference going into this game too. I mean, it felt like Small Left was all over Cajun Lady, and I think something that a lot of top players do that is really hard to kind of figure out in like a minute micro sense is making yourself seem like you're a lot more disadvantaged than you are right? We see a lot of these like rising aerials coming out of Mithra, but you got to recognize that she's so fast. Like right there, right? We're seeing a lot of these rising back airs come out from small left, and we see Cajun Lady go to punish it, right? That's what you're used to. A rising aerial against your shield, that's a free nair for me. I'm coming to get it. But you're not going to. Small left is just spacing these so well that it seems like, you can get those punishes in, and that's where they get, a lot of their bread and butter stocks in their, big percent in their, like, openings. A lot of the time, we saw it time and time again in this matchup. I think we just gotta, if you're Cajun Lady, you just gotta recognize where you truly have room to operate here versus when small left is just kind of trying to bait you in. Just hope that you're coming in, prematurely, so that you can just get popped off the side of the screen.
Recognition, though, is really tough, like you mentioned, in the moment. It's your condition to say, oh, they've hit me, I've gotten the shield out, now it's my turn, and all of a sudden you get reversed on, and you just go, well, now what do I do? So it's going to be a tough adaptation for Cajun Lady to try and come up with, but certainly workable. They had opportunities, it felt like, but not a ton of them. Small F just made a lot of really smart decisions. That second stock, taking it with the side B, recognizing that they were going to, threaten, any aerial in that instance is going to force them to drift back. So they just throw out the side B to where the drift is going to go. Really smart play from Small Left on that second stock to help secure it. And by the time he was on to his last stock, I think it was only 60-ish% was dealt to Small Left in that instance. Interesting stage selection here as well. Small battlefield. One that I think Cajun Lady is kind of privy to. I feel like we see this a lot from them. So we'll have to see if it works out this time around. So far, not the best start through the first 15 seconds. Small Left is unscathed and Cajun Lady's at 55%. But Luma was taken off the board very quickly. Now that Luma's back, maybe they have some ground to work up.
Yeah, already. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh, unfortunately, that not sweet spotting. That also not sweet spotting. You're getting cheated out of these spikes for a third time. This might do it. This air dodge is going to be the trick. Oh no! The down air hitting the wrong way, and that is all Small Left needed. We are back in the advantage state of the game. I think it's safe to say that Small Left will not be taking this game in a 3-stock at this point, but still, you messed up that edge guard one time, and it cost you your stock. That's such a heartbreaker for Cajun Lady.
Oh, that one's going to be one they're going to want back. I think he had the stock 3 times over, but strike number 5, you miss those, and all of a sudden Small Left second chance at life, and they get the stock off the back of it. Cajun Lady's going to have to find a way back into this one, but that was a demoralizing stock. Going to have to find some sort of footing here. Trying to play a bit more patient, I think, but unable to really find an opening. Small Left not making themselves, open to any massive punishes, but they go for the up smash on a shield. That one will be punished. Not by much, though. Small Left now, low recovery, gets caught again. Rising down air. Love the idea there from Cajun Lady. This time they go for the up air on that platform, but the shield comes out just fast enough. And Small Left able to survive here at 136.
Yeah, I think we're just not... I feel like we're not using this Luma to our full advantage, and I understand it can be very, very difficult in these scramble situations to think about the Luma, but I mean, Small Left certainly is. I think a lot of these, stray hits that we're seeing come out are specifically to deal with the Luma and not give Cajun Lady the option, so I mean, even when we do have it, it feels like it's just getting swatted away before we're even making advantage of it. And it's like, Small Left is definitely acknowledging the Luma, so I think there's windows where we can be returning the favor and getting some hits in with the Luma, but we're just not finding them.
The other thing, too, is you can tell Cajun Lady is getting a little eager to try and take this stock. We've seen a couple of those up smashes at a shield, but Small Left just plays a bit more patient, holds the shield a second longer, recognizing it's not like that up smash is going to, take the shield off the table or shield poke, and Small Left's recognition of it means that they just get to continue to survive and thrive. But that forward tilt, maybe here, low recovery once again off the switch, and Mithra now has the speed, but this time they get caught fading back towards the platform, and that's going to be Cajun Lady's up smash, taking one off the board here. So one stock gone, but can they find another? Can they battle back here? Because Cajun Lady has really struggled to find those openings.
Yeah, I mean, down smash coming out there, like, trying to get rid of the Luma, I imagine. Yeah, these up airs are not letting this floaty Rosalina land, and the quick swap, that one is going to kill. That's the one you got to look out for there. That will be not a 3 stock this time, so definitely an improvement, but still a 2 stock coming out from Small Left here. And like I mentioned earlier, so unfortunately I think that is going to be the momentum shift that Hawaii needed, and I'm liking their odds going into these games 4 and 5.
Felt like Cajun Lady was slow to everything. I feel like it felt like they had decent ideas, but Small Left was just over everything that they did. You know, the down air catching Cajun Lady, trying to just get back, fighting their way towards center stage here. This was the one stock Cajun Lady was able to take, and it was off of kind of an odd interaction, right? They switch right on that platform, and Cajun Lady just finally gets underneath it with that up smash, and that's how that stock goes down. But still, I mean, this juggle was everything for Small Left. I mean, just up air. Like you said, the switch comes through, and it almost feels like at any point in time, Cajun Lady would have said, okay, Luma's going to come back to me. Now Luma's going to come back to me, and just never did. And that's one of the big things, right? Like, between Rosalina and Luma and characters like Ice Climbers, having that second partner there is supposed to help interrupt situations like that. But Small Left was just so quick about it that Luma never came to Rosalina's aid. And so you think maybe on that third one they try and air dodge, but we're just slow to the play. And it is Wi-Fi, but still, that recognition just didn't quite feel like it was there.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there with the slow play. You're kind of reading my mind. I've always thought that when you watch, you know, top players or anybody who's played at a very high level play against someone who, I wouldn't even necessarily say that they're bad or even like average. I do think that Cajun Lady's an above average player in all respects, but I mean, there's a top level difference where it just feels like they're playing the game slower. And it's something where if you're in the moment and you cannot kind of wrap your head around it, it's so easy to get swept up and lost, because top players will play faster than you. And they will force you to pick up your tempo and move faster than you are comfortable moving. And I think a lot of what top players do is basically rhythm check people. And it's like, hey, can you play at this rhythm, or can you drag me back to your own pace? And if you can't, you're just going to get swept up, and you're going to do, you know, whatever the better player wants you to do there. In the case of Small Left, it kind of felt like he was forcing Cajun Lady to make these options that they were just not making. It felt like they were freezing up in a lot of these circumstances. It's like, what do I do? Do I shield? When I shield, I still am not getting my turn. Like you mentioned earlier, a lot of people are kind of conditioned into I shielded the move, now it's my turn to interact. And outside of just being a very good player, Mythra in general is not a character that operates that. You've got Mythra, you've got Fox, you've got Joker. A lot of these very top tier characters, the reason they were so good is because they entirely bypassed this product this process. Instead of, you know, worrying about what am I going to do when they hit my shield, it's okay, I have to counteract the third move they're going to do after they hit my shield, because they're going to have time to do 2 more before I have time to even interact with them, or can even plausibly interact with them in any meaningful capacity without getting hit.
Yeah, some of those fast characters are, like you said, just so difficult to counter, because if you space them properly, you're able to get out of those situations. Like you said, bypass some of those punishes. And, you know, it feels like also on top of that, their offense can just be so overwhelming, right? Pyra Mythra especially. The speed of Mythra, getting all those up airs. You know, every time you think, okay, Luma's gonna come to me, or okay, I can time an air dodge. It's just a little bit faster than you'd suspect, and Small Left taking full advantage of it there and overwhelming Cajun Lady. So now, University of Hawaii, they jump out to a pretty substantial lead here, 11-4 through 3 sets. A 7-point difference means that in order for George Washington to take the lead after this set, they'd have to pull off a perfect back-to-back 3 stocks, which is not probable to say the least. It's very rarely seen here on EGFC, but there are still 2 sets left in this battle, so George Washington do get the benefit of having counterpick this time around for the 4th set. It does put them in a bit of a bind for that 5th set, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, this 4th set, they're trying to walk away with a victory this week. They have to come up with a win here against player number 4 of the Rainbow Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about before that 3rd set started, it's not necessarily that George Washington University are out of it, especially points-wise. There's plenty of space for you to come back and take the victory here in this week. But, I mean, it just feels like the momentum, especially after how kind of commanding the lead was from small left, it's just such a big momentum shift for Hawaii, where if they can even, maintain just a fraction of that momentum moving forward, it can probably feel very daunting for George Washington University and their players.
Especially in these tight matchups, anytime you get a massive point swing like a 3-stock or a 2-stock, it's a massive influx of points. And in these close battles like this one is, one of those players getting a massive lead makes, we always say this, especially during the playoffs, every single stock matters, every single one that you take, which is why, on that first stock of game 2, when he doesn't land that down air and it knocks him back onto stage instead, I mean, that's a full stock that you've just gifted back, because he was dead. There was no way that small left was making it back. That side B did not reach, but he kept rinsing and repeating, and that one sour spot, I mean, that's just a haunting game, I feel like, for Cajun Lady. But those are sometimes losses that spark the comeback. They say, you know what? If it happened, never again. And so that's what I feel like maybe we'll see for the future for Cajun Lady. But for now, we're waiting to see who Hawaii will opt to send in. I believe they're going through player selection now, still debating as to whom to send in. Hawaii, again, a roster that is just massive. They've got a ton of players that they bring in. The Robin players that you've mentioned have always been good for them. Players like Vu that we saw last year with a record of 10-0 through the regular season just could be really good in a spot like this. Typically, I mean, last week, we haven't seen a couple of the newer names for Hawaii. Last week, we saw Thermalax. We saw Melona, one of the other Robin player that's been very, very good for them. And we did see Gardenia and Darth Wampa already, so maybe we stick with the same 5, but there's a whole smorgasbord of characters and players that Hawaii could opt to go to here.
Yeah, looks like we do have our confirmation for players. It is going to be Thermalax, most likely on that DDD, I'd imagine, for Hawaii. And then we have Chicken coming in for George Washington University. Very, very interesting names, I've always noticed. There's no theme ever to any of the tags that we get here in the EGFC. Just whatever we think sounds good. And honestly, I'm rocking with Chicken. I really like that tag. But, I mean, DDD on Wi-Fi, right, is just like, it's just, it's something you gotta deal with. But realistically, DDD is a very known quantity, very one-trick pony, if you will. He's gonna throw Gordos at you, and he's gonna do it a lot, and you just gotta be ready for him. And I think if you can do that, you'll be okay. And Chicken, we have seen on both the Zelda and the Kirby, it looks like. So, I mean, both characters that honestly don't struggle terribly against DDD. I mean, DDD doesn't win a lot of matchups in the first place, but, I mean, against another character like Zelda, who has just a reflector built in that works on both the Gordos and the player, it's just going to make it that much harder to get in. And Kirby, I mean, despite how it might seem to a lot of people, Kirby is definitely a combo character that can absolutely thrive on a big body like King DDD.
Yep, so we're getting word that the button check was Zelda versus DDD, and that feels right that they're going to be going with those characters. Those are the most played between those two respective players. I was gonna say they do have pockets, like you mentioned, the Kirby for Chicken, and I believe Thermalax has gone Mario in the past. So if this goes completely awry, I'd imagine the Mario comes out. But in theory, like you said, Chicken should have a pretty solid grasp of this matchup. The Gordo should get shut down relatively easily, and it's a big body, so I'd imagine if Chicken can land some of those lightning kicks, the Twinkle Toes, those could be very, very damaging here, as unfortunately we get a connection error, so we'll get a ruling on that. It's early enough that we might just get a full reset, but we'll have to wait and see and get a ruling. But Zelda versus DDD, Battlefield the stage is one that I'm actually a little bit more confused about. I feel like both of these players would typically like some more space, but Battlefield forces those close interactions, so maybe it's Chicken just trying to land more neutral Bs and lightning kicks?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's no music. I think we landed Gamer on the soundtrack, so it's just dead silence. So I'm okay with not having to sit with no music for a little bit. I'm okay with that. I'm very bummed that we're missing the game, but at the very least we get some fun music back. Yeah, we actually did ban the Pokemon Stadium 2 on the side of George Washington University here, on the side of Chicken. So that it seems like a really good stage for Zelda, especially if you're going in with Zelda. You have plenty of space, but you still have those platforms, and Zelda is fantastic at covering platforms. Not the best, but still that up air and that side B do a great job at covering platforms and tech options. So I'm a little surprised that we have ended up going towards a shorter and smaller stage here. I believe FD was banned, so looks like we banned Town from Hawaii, Final Destination and PS2 from GWU, and then Hawaii took Battlefield here. So not exactly Chicken's choice, so maybe getting a little thrown for a loop there, maybe a little bit of a backfire on the stage ban idea there. But even DDD, I think, would much rather have the bigger stage, more space to operate in. So I wish we could have seen how this was going to play out. Maybe if we're seeing more of a melee style DDD, where you're just trying to get in close and use the fact that hammer has such a wide hitbox and some pretty decent priority, honestly, all things considered. It's no sword, but it definitely gets the job done with that forward air and up air specifically. But unfortunately, there's really nothing to talk about until we know, kind of how this game plays out.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't get to see it for now. But I mean, it's interesting to kind of theorize. But I think you're right. I think Thermalax is trying to go for a more melee-esque style of just be in the Zelda's face a bit more, because it's not like Zelda's got the fastest of options, right? The neutral B out of shield is fast, and things like Rising Nair are good, but a lot of the things like the lightning kick are slow, right? It's a little bit slower of an aerial. The up air, for example, also a slower one. So I think you could in theory use that hammer to your advantage. I will also note that Chicken was the player I mentioned when 2B came out for William and Mary previously. They went up against Chicken, and like I said, that was a very adaptive series. It felt like both players got off to a little bit slower starts than you would have liked. Chicken was able to adapt and overcome in game 2, force a game 3. They were trying to land the teleport cancel off of the side of platforms, and it took a minute for them to do so, but once they did, they were landing it pretty consistently. They also, interestingly enough, I feel like a lot of their kills came from up B out of shield into just off the top, right? That teleport straight upwards, having that extra hitbox, using it to get kills off the back of it. So against DDD, I mean, that's just another option that you have to watch out for, and if Thermalax isn't careful, you could potentially get some early stocks with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an incredibly strong hitbox, and I mean, like you mentioned, Zelda doesn't really have a lot of get-off-me tools. That up B is certainly one, but it feels like all of her get-off-me tools are incredibly punishable. Like you mentioned, that lightning kick, relatively fast on startup, but like all things considered, a slow move. A lot of cooldown on that. If you whiff that or if you sour spot it, a lot of the times it's negative on hit. So you have to be very, very cautious if you're throwing that out as a get off me tool. That neutral B, very wide, very nice, but very punishable. A lot of cooldown on the end of that, and again that up B just you have to go straight up with it, or else you're kind of like not using the move to its fullest potential. You're not going to link into itself, so you're forced into free fall above a DDD, which is never where you want to be in almost any circumstance ever. So it's going to be interesting, to see, especially as we go into the game too, how this kind of plays out for who is more advantaged in this matchup. Because I honestly couldn't tell you. I'd say while it can probably feel miserable for DDD that Zelda just gets to toss all the Gordos back for free, I would imagine that DDD can still get in fairly efficiently with that hammer and just outspace and, like we talked about, have that kind of melee playstyle where you're just getting up close and throwing out aerials that Zelda might struggle to deal with.
You also have that ability to inhale too if the Gordo gets sent back at you. We've seen that in the past from Thermalax, the ability to send a Gordo out, have it get reflected, and recognize, hey, I was going to inhale anyway for the angle to change that up. So that's also something that could be worrisome. I mean, the neutral B comes out fast enough for Zelda, but it's an option on top of an option. That you have to be able to react to it. So we'll have to see. Obviously depends on the results. I believe we just got them. It looks like a 2-point victory for the side of Hawaii. So Thermalax able to get the job done in game number 1 via a 2-stock 2 over Chicken. So
one stock.
Oh, 1 stock. Excuse me.
It's a very descriptive match analysis of what went down. So it's a little confusing to try to glance at when you're trying to cast it at the same time. Fortunately, Soy was talking, so I could just stare at the second monitor and read this out. But yeah, it looks like we do have 1 stock for Thermalax. That's very descriptive. I was not expecting.
We got the whole.
What happened?
We got a whole, for our viewers, we got a whole paragraph sent to us by Darth Wampa describing the events of game number 1. So that'll take a minute to go through. But essentially, like you said, a 1-stock victory. Thermalax getting the edge over Chicken in game number 1. And, I mean, obviously we can't really diagnose the gameplay all that much here. Out of curiosity, I'm not 100% sure about this. Can you inhale the Knight? Because I was just thinking about the Knight usage being another staple of Chicken's gameplay, but that feels wrong.
So the way Knight works, it is a projectile and it can be reflected, but the sword hitbox is active, or just whatever hitbox is active the entire time, so it would hit DDD before the inhale went off.
Right. Well, that's going to be... I think that's another thing that Chicken could use in their arsenal, and something that they... I mean, right, that's a classic Zelda staple, right? Back away, set up the Knight, use it for attempted 2 frames in aggression, but just kind of cover that space. Use it as a option to kind of buy time. And I think that could be also something that we see maybe more of in game number 2, because that was also something that Chicken relied a lot on in their series against 2B. So those specials, the specials for Zelda are, I think, really the core of their kit. Like, you have to be able to land some of those to really make this character work.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see kind of how this game 2 plays out. Maybe we can kind of figure out how game 1 went a little more in detail by seeing the adaptations that come out in game 2 production. If you could just focus on the Hello Kitty plushie in my background, I feel ugly because it's 11 p.m.
Well, don't worry. It's a late night for these. It's a late night for everyone except University of Hawaii. Obviously, the time difference is a little bit different for them. George Washington, it's also getting late for them. But we'll see if they can fight through it. Chicken currently at 63%. Thermalax holding center stage here on Smashville. So, interesting that, like you said, PS2 got banned away in game number 1. We go to Battlefield for it instead, and now, once again, opting not to go to PS2, we go back to, we go over to Smashville. The last second reflection there actually catching Thermalax, so Chicken up to 113, sticking to the corner, gets caught jumping though with that Gordo, reverses that neutral B, and goes back to the ledge and will get hit by the hammer and the Gordo. Then Thermalax, once again, a very substantial lead, 33% on their first stock.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if this is maybe similar to how first game played out in terms of playstyles. It feels like, not like I would have suspected, a more melee style or aerial focused, version of the playstyle. So we're playing very typical DDD and Zelda. Just, again, a lot of these options out of Zelda are pretty committal. And so it seems like Thermalax is just kind of taking full advantage of, for example, this neutral B, Neru's Love coming out. It's so laggy if you get caught out of it.
It feels like the thing that Thermalax is really taking advantage of is Chicken's inability to get out of the corner, right? Zelda, the movement's really easy to track down with the exception of that up B. And so Chicken on ledge really doesn't have a lot of options, and Thermalax is taking full advantage of it. That's how they really got that 36%. Good parry on the Knight as well, and they were also able to take that first stock because of those interactions. So decent lead built up here, and they're continuing to chip away. These up Bs, we did see a couple of those up Bs in from Chicken in that match against 2B, and Thermalax might be aware of that too. They seem generally able to recognize it. Knight comes out, won't be able to connect though. Forward tilt interacting with it, keeping that hitbox out. Low recovery here, now another air dodge in. Staying on that ledge, perfectly timed roll to get around that Knight, but the back air sweet spot will just barely connect, and Thermalax's first stock goes down.
Not before getting almost 70% of extra credit. Ooh, ready for the up B ledge cancel there was Thermalax, ready to parry the lightning kick that was coming out. I imagine maybe that's happened quite a few times that we were so prepared for it, just immediately off the bat. But still, 90% on Chicken here, and I do like Thermalax just playing patient, playing the game right. Ooh, unfortunate SD there also from Chicken, but we're just playing the game. If you're Thermalax, that's, especially when you've got a lead this large, you don't need to do anything more. You don't need to get fancy like we're doing right now on the side of Chicken. Oh my goodness, up to 90% might be able to turn this game around.
Feels like Chicken's got a decent grasp of, what their character can do and the fancy ways they can move, the good hitboxes they can throw out. Even there, it got good damage on the Thermalax. But the problem is the bread and butter, the minutia. Right now, they get pinned to this corner, and there's just not a lot of options for them. And Thermalax just feels like they're generally able to cover where Chicken wants to go. That being said, they do die off of that interaction. The up B comes through, and down goes Thermalax's second stock. So it's one stock apiece here. Knight gets parried. Thermalax looking for another opening here. They find a grab, follow through with the up air, with the forward air. 91% now on Chicken. Low recovery once again, staying on that ledge, but they recognize the roll-in opportunity, and they back air it. Now another chance. Down smash doesn't connect. Lightning kick, and Chicken fades away. The Knight will connect, but not much afterward. Another Knight used, and Thermalax will just opt to back away. Gordo landed. Oh, but the Knight on the platform was not what they wanted, and Thermalax says, thank you very much. Up smash off the top, and Hawaii's gonna get the win.
Yeah, that is a crucial misspacing there. Definitely not intending to land on that platform. Definitely, I'm going to assume we're just trying to jump back and then kind of fade back towards the ledge with that Knight coming out. But just a crucial misspacing there. Thermalax will, like you mentioned, just take that. That is a freebie. That is a gift from me to you to close out this set. And Chicken will unfortunately putting up a hell of a fight, I will definitely say, but will unfortunately fall here in this game too.
An unfortunate one, to say the least. Chicken saw good things, and again, it's rare that we see a Zelda in the EGFC. The last one I can recall played for Canisius College in the MAC conference, but it's been, honestly, I think 2 years since we've seen one, so it's not a matchup that you frequently see, I feel like, but you can see the windows. You can see that Chicken's got the movement. They can get stocks off the board. But unable to clean this one up, just one too many errors, and unfortunately for them, that's going to cost them a win this week. 4-16 the scoreline with still one set to go here. Maximum amount of points George Washington can get in this next one is 8, which means this one's just out of reach. But we still play it out, of course, for tiebreakers and such down the line. Curious to see who they opt to send in here. Good stuff to both players. And Thermalax, again, I got to comment on this. Every time that I see Thermalax, he always sticks out in my mind because Hawaii, when they made the playoffs back in Season 3, he was brand new. He did not get any time during the regular season. When the postseason, when they needed the wins, when those are the games where the spotlight is on, they bring out this King Dedede with 0 experience, and he shows up. He gets some big wins over some big names, and I think he's really kind of established himself as one of the top players that you do have to prepare for when you're playing against the University of Hawaii, and picks up another key victory for them, helping them secure the W this week.
Absolutely, and secure the W they have. Like you mentioned, we are mathematically out of it so far, but we do still have one more match to play today. So we have Peregrine coming in for George Washington University versus Tristan coming out for Hawaii here. Looks like a couple of heavy hitters here. Insin versus Donkey Kong? It could be Diddy Kong, actually. I'm not positive, but you never listen. D has the letters. Diddy Kong isn't. D has the letters. I'm sorry. That's my bad.
It is interesting. Peregrine's a player that we also haven't seen a ton of time on. Last year, they only played in one regular season set and lost. But Incineroar, likely the pick here for Peregrine. We've also seen Pyramithra, so also an option if they so choose. But Incineroar is one character that we don't see a lot of here at EGFC. The ones that we have seen have typically been really good. I mean, George Washington had another Incineroar player not too long ago that helped them get the upsets over some of those top-seeded giants in the EGFC. So Peregrine trying to live up to those names. But also Incineroar has just been a character that has kind of been on the rise, obviously with SkyJ having those massive performances not too long ago. People are more and more privy to what this character can really do.
Yeah, if you're a frequenter of Smash Twitter, I'm almost positive you've seen the Radley and Incineroar clips floating around out there. He gets some crazy stuff, man, always. I definitely say check his Twitter out. I don't remember when it is off the top of my head, but if you look for Radley and Incineroar, I'm sure you'll find it. Yeah, I think people are learning, and I think, I personally, this is one of my hot takes that I feel like has paid off. I think if you are forced to approach Incineroar, he at least goes even. Because dealing with those hitboxes is, if you're against him, absolutely miserable. If you're playing as him, absolutely delightful. Because he just gets to throw stuff out. And a lot of the time, it just works. I think for a while, you could have made the argument where it's, it's matchup and experience. People aren't used to fighting these bottom tiers, so they squeak out wins every once in a while. But I think at this point in the game, you have to recognize that Incineroar just has some brutal hitboxes, some really fast ones up close. You have that Nair out of shield, fantastic coverage as well. And then also just things that raw kill, right? That sweet spot forward tilt will kill like 70 on some characters. It's just, it can be a nightmare to try to get in on Incineroar. And honestly, against Donkey Kong, I would give Incineroar the edge here.
I agree with you. I mean, interesting. We're seeing the reversal here. Donkey Kong being played by Peregrine, and it's Tristan on the Incineroar. So a little bit of a mix-up. The reverse main battle, I guess, to close out the night. Why not? Tristan, new name to the EGFC, so welcome to your rookie debut. And we'll see what you can do here against Peregrine's Donkey Kong. So far, get some chip damage, but at a percent deficit. Aggressive option to say the least with that DK punch used, but not going to lead to too much off the back of it.
Yeah, gonna miss that side B. Unfortunately, probably feeling that Hawaii connection there a little bit, I have to imagine, because that was, a free side B if I've ever seen one. We also saw a ledge drop from Peregrine go unpunished here. We're gonna have to see if Tristan kind of picks up on those, if that becomes a habit of Peregrine. A lot of people who drop down from ledge and don't get punished will think that is something that they can get away with. And again, missing that side B, I am choosing to believe that it is because of the connection here, because I think generally speaking so far what we've seen of Tristan, they seem like they've got a pretty good handle on Incineroar. Definitely not new to the character by any means, so I'm just gonna have to chalk it up to the Wi-Fi. We get it, hey, third time's the charm. We finally get there. Ooh, actually punishing, not committing to the ledge there, but unfortunately not able to find the stock for it. We're just a little bit closer on a lot of these interactions, and Tristan can definitely find these big hits.
Tristan starting to find their ground and battle back and nearly take this stock, but it is Donkey Kong and you gotta be careful, but another side B doesn't come through quite yet. Like you had mentioned, you feel like if you land those side Bs, this stock might be gone, but there's that connection, the down tilt catching, scooping up Donkey Kong into that side B, that forward smash. We put Tristan in a tricky situation. They're able to get out of it for now, just simply jumping around the hitboxes of Peregrine. Another down B. Okay, like the idea from Tristan there to go for the counter, just pulled the trigger on it a second too early, and down smash puts Peregrine in the lead.
Yeah, really good spot for Peregrine right now, although Tristan is certainly trying to close the gap. We've got to start hitting these. I understand that it is probably out of your control, but we've just got to start hitting them. There's no way around it. That will not actually be the stock good tech coming out from Peregrine, but we've missed far too many of these side Bs, or we just stopped going for them, quite frankly. I know it's one of Incineroar's best moves in neutral is that command grab, but when you're not hitting them this much, I think you just got to stop going for them.
Do have a little bit of that, thanks to that down B, you get this next hit to have some extra damage, but not after a grab. Up air will linger and do some good damage, and right now Tristan holding on for dear life on this stock. Low recovery traded with back air, actually, I think just cleanly picked up there by Peregrine, and they will get the stock off the back of it. George Washington's Peregrine takes game one.
Yeah, unfortunate going to miss the tech there, but not terribly surprised if we're missing the side B confirmations on the Wi-Fi. I can't imagine those techs are going to be any easier to hit, but still, really rough situation we put in, because even if you get that tech, you're kind of like below the stage, and you don't have access to much but your up B, which means you have to kind of drift out and then up B up, because if you up B early, you're just gonna bonk, and then you just gotta deal with Donkey Kong down B or down there, and you're just put in just a miserable situation, all things considered. So good stuff from Peregrine there. I'm really hoping to see some of these Wi-Fi flubs fixed up for Tristan in this game 2 coming up, but we're gonna have to find out.
Yep, we'll get ready for game number 2 momentarily. Players are going through picks and bans now. And yeah, like you mentioned, once you're underneath that stage, especially as Incineroar, right, where you have to up B, and there's just, not enough room really to do that, and then you're dealing with Donkey Kong, like you mentioned. So, pretty substantial win there for Peregrine, but a lot of opportunities missed by Tristan, maybe partially because of Wi-Fi or one reason or another. Those side Bs, obviously if those land, maybe it's a different story, but outside of that, things like the scoop up into the forward tilt were good. Just a couple of slightly late reactions by Tristan. Peregrine also showing a lot of good stuff, obviously not only getting the victory, but just the ability to kind of weave around a couple of these hitboxes, not get not get hit too much off stage. Obviously, Donkey Kong off stage is where they're really going to struggle. Big hitbox that you can get above or below, and there's just not much you can really do about it. But never really got threatened too much outside of that one. Actually, outside of 2 interactions, they were able to counter the one up B hit, but they were able to snap the ledge right after. So, you know, Peregrine, it just feels like Peregrine hasn't really truly been tested yet. This might be their first opportunity to truly be tested, though, as they SD off of that interaction.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we won last game with a 2 stock, so definitely still within their realm of possibility, but this is a fantastic start for Tristan. It almost feels like we're watching, I wouldn't say a different player, just a player that's actually, you know, hitting the things that they were going for in that game 1. We're going to have to see, you know, I'm personally looking to see if those side beats actually connect, quite frankly, but I mean, really, really good stuff coming out from Tristan. Unforced errors we take, but still putting Peregrine in an awful position off the left side of the stage there.
Peregrine is using a lot of that special button. That B button is getting pressed with that Donkey Kong punch, the side Bs as well. But Tristan unable to really clean up those punishes. 71%, make that 80 on Peregrine now. And another side B comes through, this time off the top. That was the sweet spot, likely would have been the stock off the back of it, but we'll take the damage instead. That back air not going to be able to land quite yet. Neutral air will knock Peregrine away. Down B actually connects there. Tristan just not ready for it. Up air won't be able to kill Peregrine quite yet. Shielding that forward air. We've seen Peregrine use that forward air a couple of times in terms of recovery, but it's going to be the spin to win the neutral B from Tristan, taking off that stock from Peregrine.
You know, finally able to secure that first stock here for GWU, but Tristan at, not 0 anymore, but pretty close to it. You know, looking very in control of this game 2 here. I am liking these up air chains, and we are going to attempt to abuse this Donkey Kong off stage. Not quite going to get there, but we are going to find that side B sweet spot. This could be the end of the game if we can snipe out the recovery option here.
Oh, what a trade. Down there actually trading with up air. Peregrine nearly died for it. They're at their last stock here at 130. And we were talking about this in the pregame. You know, Incineroar is not short on kill power. This is absolutely death percentage. But look at this. Down smash nearly able to take the stock off the back of it. Tristan able to snap to the ledge. Forward tilted away once more. Has a side B and nowhere to run to. But he dipped too far and will cost his stock. That's a 1 stock victory for Tristan. And we're going to game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, we SD'd 2 of those stocks. I mean, we used the punch just entirely too low there. I got to imagine we're trying to jump up B back, but just, you know, whether it's the connection or just, you know, whatever's happening there, it just, I don't know. You just flub it. There's no other way to describe it. You just flub it sometimes.
Getting a little too aggressive at times, and you can see, you know, there are moments, because this is the reverse main matchup, it's like you see instances of, like, the gameplay of the other character, right? Like, Peregrine's thrown out a lot of forward airs for Donkey Kong, which is not the best move to throw out when you're trying to recover. It's not bad, but it's punishable if it doesn't hit. But as Incineroar, like that, those legs extend, and that's a good, you know, knockaway move. It almost works pretty similarly. So it feels like they're both kind of adapting and using the kits that they know, but also it doesn't work the same way on the character that they're using.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have to see if we go back to Pokemon Stadium 2 here. I have a sneaking suspicion we might. It's, you know, hasn't been banned. We've been Small Battlefield, Lilat, and Final Destination. So, I mean, well, all good bans, I will say, also for Incineroar. Small Battlefield, you know, I could go back and forth on it, but I'd rather leave Battlefield open if you're going to ban one of the 2, and Final Destination, you just don't want to ever be there if you're Incineroar, so it looks like we are actually not going to go back to Pokemon Stadium 2. We are going to be going to Smashville. A little bit of a change of scenery here. Going to visit the, you know, the Animal Crossing stage here. One of, I guess I should mention. definitely, it's a little bit of a risky pick against a character like Incineroar, but I guess, if you're on Donkey Kong, it's kind of a double-edged sword where you're, a lot of your moves that are going to kill earlier are going to kill even earlier as well, but unless you just play Ganondorf.
Well, certainly it makes a little bit more sense now, I guess, right? You get that extra kill power, and you're one of the, you still see some of the similar aspects, right? Heavy character, lots of kill power. That is an odd ledge regrab from Peregrine, and they are just dead for it. 0 to death, 13 seconds into the match, and Peregrine's looking to try. Looking to try and come back, but Tristan got that the counter off, but not able to get too much off the back of it. That is a low shield for Tristan. I'd be very careful. Ganondorf certainly not shy of shield pressure, but that's another catch scoop, and that's likely to stock, but luckily the jump is there for Peregrine this time around, and they're able to survive.
Yeah, as a Ganondorf player, this is a miserable matchup. I'm honestly not positive why we'd choose this. Ganondorf can really struggle against characters that, have, like, hitboxes. But specifically, this ground game where, Incineroar, again, like I mentioned, any character that is forced to approach him is going to at least go even, and Ganondorf is one of those characters, except you're forced to approach him, and your, opening hitboxes are largely bad. I'd say of all of the moves in Ganondorf's kits, the only one that's halfway decent at approaching is that neutral air, and it's just not going to be enough into this Incineroar.
Well, it's 3-1 in stocks right now. Tristan trying to close this one out if they can. Neutral air away. Side B won't land. Peregrine gets that first hit of neutral air and is able to knock them away for the moment. Maybe he can get a stock back here, but they roll away. Side B doesn't connect. Here's another side B. Shows them the ropes. They're off stage. Do they go off stage to try and counter it? Oh, great tech off of that neutral air miss. And Tristan able to survive, and this time the ropes will connect. It's a 3-stock in Game 3, and Hawaii get the emphatic victory in Week 4.
Yeah, I mean, not speaking at all to the quality of the players that we're watching, that went about exactly as I expected it to when I watched Ganondorf get selected and go into the loading screen. I mean, I get that sometimes we have comfort picks, and I understand, that we swap characters, maybe throw people off on their, off their game, but I cannot stress enough that is a miserable matchup for Ganondorf to deal with. You have to approach him. You don't have a good way to, and also Incineroar kills you in like 4 hits. It's really, really hard for Ganondorf to deal with. I don't think we saw anything different in that Game 3.
Yep. Unfortunately, Peregrine probably just having a little bit of fun with it, but unable to really gain any ground back there with the Ganondorf. And Tristan able to get the victory there on Incineroar. So Hawaii, substantial margin of victory now. They win all but one set, I believe. They after dropping the opener to Cypher, the next 4 players step up with big victories, and because of that, a 22-6 scoreline here in Week 4, and Hawaii remains undefeated. George Washington, obviously a lot of potential with this squad, but the Hawaii, I feel like the game plan was there, it was solidly implemented, and by the time George Washington found room to battle back, it was too little too late.
Too little too late. I would definitely say the momentum shift that we did see in that Game 3 ended up, I think, proving correct for the tide of the rest of the games. And when we saw pretty decisive, granted, we also saw, the small Fs come in and soak up so many points. We saw 7 coming just from them alone, but still, it was such a massive momentum shift, and ultimately it's going to grant Hawaii the win here in the 4th week of the EGFC.
They look very, very solid here in Hawaii. I mean, you tally on another victory, but the challenges for them, I think from here on out, they've gotten away with a couple. Obviously, had the 2 forfeits to start the week, but they get a big win against William & Mary to start. That momentum carries here into week 4, but the weeks do get tougher for both of these squads. There's still a lot of top-tier talent remaining for these 2 teams to play through. And Hawaii, next week, they're going to have that UConn squad that we saw earlier today that'll be eager to bounce back from that William & Mary loss. And, we'll have to see how they prepare for that one. George Washington, you go from this loss here against Hawaii to the defending league champions of Delaware, who just took a loss, I believe, to University of Texas Arlington earlier today. If you didn't catch that result, that was an interesting match between last year's. It's a rematch of last year's championship. So they'll be Delaware off of that loss. I assume will be eager to bounce back with a match against George Washington, Battle of East Coast Schools. So a lot of action still remaining here this season, but we're at the halfway mark of the fall split, the quarter mark of the full season. And so far, George Washington, they feel like they're once again close to that championship caliber, but still the bubble team. And Hawaii, they're starting to emerge as one of those championship caliber teams.
Yeah, like you mentioned, still plenty of Smash left to play in this year, but unfortunately we are going to be done with Smash tonight, but we do have one final interview coming up for you from, I believe, the coach of University of Hawaii. Always a treat to get to hear, the top level when you've got the big picture view, so definitely going to look forward to that. Stay tuned, we will be right back. Welcome in to the EGFC Season 5, Week 4, end of the week, but one more interview, an important one here for you with Dark Musician, coach for University of Hawaii. We see several times, if you've been following EGFC, you've seen Dark Musician give, a lot of interviews, so I guess I will start us off here by, talking about the fact that we did mention this a couple times on cast. We did have 2 forfeits coming out, so obviously not as much practice as you maybe would have liked to see going into this week 4. Clearly didn't matter enough to lose the game, but still, was there any extra practice maybe done to kind of make up for these missed games, or are we just kind of sticking to our own crews and practicing within the team?
So for now, we're kind of just sticking to our normal practice schedule. We're kind of just seeing where we stack up against a lot of the current teams. And right now, I definitely think we're in a good spot, but probably towards the postseason, we'll probably start ramping up our schedule. Because clearly while we're doing pretty good for now, there's a lot of things that we can definitely.
It was a very solid victory, and congratulations on that. And like you said, it was you're in a good spot. Obviously undefeated this season, but some stuff to improve upon. I guess, what do you think? Is there an immediate thing that sticks out in your mind after this big victory over George Washington that you're like, okay, we need to work on this, that, or the other thing? Is there something that immediately comes to mind?
I think 2 of the things that I really took away from this game or this match was, 1, we're really good with momentum. When we win a match, if we can win another one, like another set after that, then the ball starts rolling for us and we really start playing with confidence. Our whole team is here in the lab, and they're all cheering and everything. So the support, power up, is really huge for us. So definitely So just for some context, we sent Small Left out just to keep the momentum going for us. Obviously, there's the threat of Justin Violet always looming, and he is a really strong potential anchor for them, but I just really went with my gut and said, we're just going to ride the momentum and hopefully it'll be good enough. And it was. So that's something that I'll definitely take away. And then also, I just need to do a better job of helping the players with not getting frustrated with things that they can't really control. There are just some moves and attacks in this environment on Wi-Fi that are just going to be hard to do. Like Charge Shot from Gunner, Night Slash from Zelda. It's annoying, but gotta just keep them level-headed and so that they don't end up getting distracted and they can stay alive.
Yeah,
just keeping them under control.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping your head in the game is such a massive part of Smash. Half the game is mental. And speaking of the mental game right now, the team to beat currently 4-0 is UT Arlington. I mean, obviously you don't want to give away any of the strategy going in, but I've got to assume that you guys have at least, have your eyes on the games that they've been playing. And I just want to ask kind of are we doing some UT Arlington countermeasures, or are we, I know we have a lot of teams in the EGFC who just kind of ride out and do their own thing. Kind of which side do you feel like you're falling on right now as you're watching this squad just tear through the EGFC?
Yeah, shout outs to Arlington. They are such a talented squad. They have so many good competitive players. I know a lot of them are in the PR and their regions. We definitely can't outskill them, I think, but we can definitely out-strategize them. So I think we watch their matches every because obviously, they're the team to beat. So we will have to come up with some sort of strategy to beat them, just in terms of who plays who to give us the best odds. We can't just brute force it like we kind of did today.
The strategy is always interesting to me, especially for your team in particular. You being the head coach, in terms of the blind pick. Is that just something that you also kind of trust your gut with, or is that just something that you go to the whiteboard and say, all right, they've got this many type of this character, and you run the Moneyball math behind it, or is that just you kind of saying, what, this character, we've got a player that can generally cover?
So yeah, you're exactly right. We do have a whiteboard that we put all the characters and all the players, and luckily for us, we've played George Washington a couple times over the course of the seasons, and they've gotten the best of us on both of those occasions. But both of those times, we've led with Darth Wampa, and they would blind pick the Rosa, and that usually went really rough for us. So unfortunately, Malona wasn't available. Usually our go-to lead, as you're pretty used to seeing. But we were like, okay, wait, let's not autopilot again with the Wampa pick. Let's throw them a little bit of a curveball just in case, so that we don't repeat history again and put ourselves in the hole. Credit to George Washington, they still won the first set regardless. It was a really, really good match, but we definitely want to learn from past mistakes, and we definitely want to try and mix it up and actually think about what we're getting into.
Very good stuff. Dark Musician, I'm positive, especially looking at the talent on this team, that we will be talking to you again at some point in this season. So thank you so much for joining us. Would you like to do any quick shout outs before we let you go?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, shout outs to you guys for doing what you guys do, and sitting here and commentating all these matches. It's a very long day for you guys, so thank you for keeping the hype alive, the storytelling. I love watching back the VODs later and listening to it all. It's a really great screen. Thank you, everybody. And shout outs to the team. The team stepped up today. Shout outs to Small Left. That guy's a beast, and that guy's a monster. So he's gonna be our ace moving forward, I think. So hopefully he can keep the momentum up. Shout outs to Small.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Dark Musician. And once again, congratulations on getting the victory this week over George Washington. And we'll see you next week for your matchup. I already blanked on who you're playing, I believe. One last second. It's going to be Connecticut. So we'll see you next week for the matchup against the Huskies.
Yep. Hopefully I'll see you next week. Thank you.
Momentum. What did I say? I know Twitch chat thought I was waffling. I know they thought I was just chatting, but I know what I'm talking about. Ooh, that felt vindicating when he said momentum. Felt real good about that one.
Always a blast to hear from Dark Musician, and honestly, a huge factor, I think, in why Hawaii are such a successful team and program in terms of the esports scene. He has a massive, I think, influence on these young up and comers, especially since not everyone gets to play on stream in the spotlight, and he's got that knowledge, that game knowledge and game sense to help coach these players up. And he, obviously played a factor here, 22-6 over George Washington, a squad that Dark Musician mentioned, a squad that had typically had their number in the past couple times that they played. I do think Hawaii, if I remember correctly, got the win over them in the postseason, but I could be wrong about that. Either way, it was a losing matchup until today. Hawaii get one back on the Revolutionaries, and because of that, they remain undefeated. But I mean, that's really gonna wrap up the day for us, Cap.
Yeah, absolutely. I am excited to go to bed, quite frankly. It is 11:40 over here. I'm on the East Coast, so I will be just saying, our Twitters are on screen. If you like what you see and you want to follow, I post about Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes. That's pretty much all I do on Twitter now. Shout out House of 3K as well. Fantastic production as always. So it's been a pleasure. I have not been in the rotation for a bit, but now that I am back in the EGFC, I'm excited to keep up with and see how these teams progress moving forward.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you next week for more SSBU action.